the Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell.
Took us down, come on.
With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. So we be Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii.
Hit the like button, brothers and sisters. Come on.
The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, our highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us at gunpoint to gather our wives and children that sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. A high gatherer Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans, a highest gathering Israel, Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, a highest gathering Israel.
That's right, Israel. Oh, yeah.
Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be. Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, our highest gathering Israel.
That's right, brothers and sisters. The Most High's gathering Israel. I'm Elder Rikash Yar of the Gathering of Christ Church, along with Elder Lawyer, and other elders will be coming in during this broadcast. Let me first say how much I miss not being here. Elder Lawyer took care of the Sabbath lesson. I needed a little break to recalibrate and get ready for, what's about to come, especially this winter. Okay. We have the Hebrew and Bible Academy, and I'm looking forward to drilling down on the information along with the scriptures to help brothers and sisters navigate through these times. And that leads us to our discussion this evening. Now, before I go into the discussion, let me first let you all know I did an update on the main page, A Gathering 144. You can go there and subscribe. A Gathering 144 channel. You can type it in exactly how I'm saying it. A Gathering with the number 144 at the end. Subscribe to the channel because they're shadow banning our main channel, and that's why we're guests here for a good moment. So make sure you subscribe and hit the bell and tell YouTube you would like to receive all notifications. This way you're in the loop concerning our Sabbath lessons and the plans going forward as the end draw near. A Gathering 144. And I would like to thank you all. It's good to be back. And right on time for our week one segment of the Hebrew and Bible Academy, which starts this Sunday. Okay, let me announce the fact that, and I've announced it on the main channel, that yes, A Gathering 144, I said it earlier, but our Hebrew and Bible Academy, which starts October 31st, is now open for enrollments. Okay, if you wish to be in that class, please don't wait the last moment, because if you do, I can't guarantee that you'll get in at 9 a.m., even though you can still review the lesson after the broadcast through the links we send. I would like to see everyone there on time. Tardy, so please don't be tardy. Be prompt. Be there on time. A Gathering 144. Let's see. Historytimes.org. Let me put it there. Have a lot of things on the brain right now. One moment. I'm going to slow down. Historytimes.org. Okay. You can go there to enroll. And don't worry about it. If you work Sunday, don't worry. You'll still receive the link. You can view the lesson anytime you would like after the broadcast. You're not missing anything. There's 12 full weeks of power-packed information, biblical information, prophecy, as well as real-time news by Shaphat. Okay? And brothers and sisters, you need to stay plugged in the know concerning what's going on, because Satan and his agents they're continuing to confuse the world, and it's on purpose. All right. So I would like to make that announcement. Week 1 of the Hebrew and Bible Academy starts this coming Sunday, October 31st. Okay. 9 a.m. It's only $75 for the first month, $75 for the second month, and the third month, you just sit back and get 4 great lessons to end and conclude our academy. Now, before I go into the broadcast, let me let you know some of what we'll be touching on. I mentioned, that's right, the Encyclopedia of Giants in America, right? Right, there you go. We're going to be going into the fallen angels, the flood that led to a great earthquake that eventually had Eden drift west. Okay, so the places we call America, Los Angeles, all these places that we have in America right now, some of these ancient temples that you find in Mexico, okay, weren't built by the Aztecs and Mayans. The reality is that when the North American Indians went into a land where never mankind dwelt, there were beings here. Okay, there were beings already here in America. And we're going to describe who those beings are. Because why? These are the beings that are coming out from behind the curtains in the mountains and actually introducing themselves within society. Okay? And I'm going to talk about that. They're coming from behind the shadows. That's right. When the North American Indians, who are from the lost tribes of Israel, when they came to America, they weren't alone. There were people already, well, not people, but beings already here. These are the true controllers of society. These are they who give people like Zuckerberg, Gates, and others their technology, the insight on how to control the masses. Giants was in the earth in those days. And there were giants here when the Indians came. I'm going to be going into that week 2 of the Hebrew and Bible Academy with the second lesson, which is tracing the serpent seed. This coming Sunday, October 31st, while the witches and warlocks out there trying to deceive, steal, and kill, we'll be dropping the truth and revealing their true leaders and the true evil gods they worship, and how they conceal their gods, their fallen gods, okay, through faulty, that's right, ideology as well as religion. So we're going to be going into the creation of the universe, but also giving you an insight to the fact that, brothers, the earth wasn't just created. The heavens and the earth wasn't just created by one being called God. The Most High is the orchestrator, the great mind, okay, the all existing, who have always existed. Okay, but there's an order and ranking in the heavens of powers whom the world deemed gods, aliens, or fallen ones. Well, we're going to identify who created the universe and how there was a break off in the universe of disobedience against the Creator. And that particular plot is still playing out within the earth right now. And folks, hence the reason the children of Israel, our forefathers who received the law, here's the reason we were born. The Most High put us in the earth to establish righteousness. And we've gone astray. Because one day our children will judge the world. I'm going to be going into that. The true narrative according to the heavens. Not the little menial narratives that are created through mainstream media who are really controlled by the beings I will identify in the Hebrew and Bible Academy, week 2. But week 1, we're going into the creation of the universe, and we're going to let you know there's no such thing as aliens living in another planet visiting Earth, okay? They were here. There's beings that were here before Adam. I'm going to show you how they got here. I'm going to show you where they are. All of that in the creation of the universe leading to tracing the serpent seed week 2. You don't want to miss that. We're going to also be going into what? How Christianity, the doctrine of Christianity, the pagan doctrine was Satan's. I'm talking about modern day Christianity. Is Satan's what? Top philosophical religion. Okay? Christianity is Satan's height when it comes to mind control. Okay? I'm going to go into that, the destructive ideology within Christianity. And what's really going on is they've been hiding the fact that they're pagan Satanists. And I'm speaking of not the everyday, I believe in Christ, I'm a good person. Not the layman, not the person who's just looking to go to church to better their life. This is not an indictment against you. Okay? We've all went into a church to do what? To find what? Morality, spirituality, a connection with God. So this is not to attack people who are blindly looking for truth. But at the helm of Christianity are Satanists, and it's their A1 religion to deceive the earth. That's right. That's right. Modern day pagan Christianity, folks, is even more deadlier than any Satanist church. And the reason why, at least the Satanists are saying that they hail Satan. Christians are deceiving the world. I'm speaking of the hierarchy of Christianity into making you believe their destructive ideologies came from God. Okay, so we're going to be going into that. We're going to be going into truth about pigs and the satanic rituals of ancient times that was used to sacrifice pigs and who was doing it and why the Most High said it was an abomination. we're going to be going into finding the Ark of the Covenant. Where is the Ark of the Covenant? Okay, what is the Ark of the Covenant? The most powerful weapon that the earth have ever seen. Clean energy that's directed from the heavens. We're going to deal with that near the end of the academy. We're going to also go into another segment of the secrets of the times, and soon we'll be out there again. Israel's tribulation in the wilderness. Hope to see you there. HistoryTimes.org. HistoryTimes.org. Hope to see you there. Now, before we go in, that's right, I need you all to hit the like button. Y'all doing a great job with that. See, we have 1,600. That's a good start. So let's jump right in. Let me introduce my partner in Christ. There's no partner in crime over here. Partners in Christ. That's right. We're talking about, that's right, Elder Lawyer. Where are you? Where are you there? Where are you?
All right. Shalom.
Okay, let me get you up in here, right?
Okay, no doubt.
Ahiah's calling back Israel. Well, let me grab Elder Lawyer in here. Oh, how you doing, young man?
I'm doing well. All praise to the Most High for another broadcast. Glad to be here this Wednesday. How about yourself?
I'm blessed by the best, and his name is Ahiah, brother. Thanks for covering this weekend for me. I needed the much needed rest, and I'm ready to go. Are you ready for this academy this coming Sunday?
Yes, sir. Let's do it.
And what will you be going into to let everyone know how we'll start this thing?
We're going to start off with the Hebrew alphabet, but this academy, we're also going to endeavor to build upon, a lot of people have been asking, to build upon their Hebrew vocabulary. So we're also going to incorporate that within week number 1, and that'll be a running theme throughout the Hebrew portion of this academy, this segment of the academy.
Okay, so to make it, because we have so many people who have gone through the academy, making it more adaptable as far as being conversational and being able to interact with the language real time, I suppose.
Yes, sir, to some degree, and mainly, as we like to do, is always study and build upon the ability to study biblical Hebrew, the ability to read the Bible in Hebrew.
Okay.
We're going to definitely be building upon that, and that'll be the running theme for this academy and much more. We have a lot of surprises, so stay tuned.
Oh yeah, we got some surprises. I mean, I just got off the phone with Shapat, and he's like, yo, this thing on the federal mandates and how it's really a mandate under those who work for the federal government. And it's really not across the board for everyone, that people don't know it or whatever, that they really need to look into that. And he was actually talking about the fact that there are alternative tests that are approved through the CDC that they can go out and seek outside of any test that would actually compromise someone's religious beliefs. Like, you can't put nothing in or inside your nose or in your body that conflicts with what God said belongs in our temple. So a lot of our brothers and sisters don't know there's clean tests that are actually approved through the CDC that their jobs must accept. They think that they need to just accept any old test, when no, there are options out there that Shapat went into, and he says, listen, according to the religious exemptions that are out there, your job must pay for that alternative test. They can't say, well, we can't afford it. No. They have to pay for that test if it's required to work there. So a lot of our brothers and sisters don't know this, that you have to look at the ingredients in things based on your religious beliefs. And on top of that, you have to feel comfortable with something. You can't feel that I'm being forced to do something to sustain my livelihood. I mean, if I do comply, I want to make sure that I'm healthy going through this. So Shapat has given a lot of a lot of alternatives or giving you the laws in the other alternatives, which are not being pushed through mainstream. That's out there. That's actually approved through the CDC and everything else. So he's going to be discussing that and more. I'm going to bring him on Friday with Patreon, Elder Lawyer, and he's going to also talk about that in the academy to show, because really when you hear something on the news or hear something out there, people think there's only one choice. All right. But no, there are options out there that's out there that's approved that the media will never divulge. So I like that component in the academy, with the fact that we're able to discuss things that people probably never thought were options for them. And so it's more than just the Bible. And that's what brothers and sisters don't realize, where they say, well, hold up, the Bible, the academy. No, it's more than the Bible. We talk about real life things, go into real life events and show the alternatives and all that research, white papers, a lot of information, what doctors are saying on either side, so that there's some objectivity out there. So I just wanted to put it out there that we're going to be discussing that this coming Sunday, October 31st. Go to historytimes.org to enroll. I'll talk about it a little later, but let's jump right in. The lesson or the broadcast today, our blog, is: have they turned you into a zombie? Right? Now, what's interesting about this, Elder Lawyer, I think I spoke to you about this, is that...
Yeah, very briefly.
Very briefly, but there was a rabbi discussing the word zombie online. And he was a matter of fact about it. He was a little smug or whatever the case is, a Jewish rabbi. And I didn't want to put him on because I know that people in the chat and others, normally, if this was 7 years ago, I would have invited him on the broadcast. But we all know how that goes, right? I don't want to come off anti-Semitic or set a forum beyond our control for someone to be attacked where they'll deem it's against what? Their religious beliefs, being anti-Semitic. So I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to invite him on. But one thing that stood out with this particular video, and I'm going to show it to you, Elder Lawyer, and I may show it in the academy, where the rabbi was saying that most people are waiting for the zombie apocalypse, but according to Hebrew, the majority of people have been made into zombies already. He was like, a matter of fact, there's zombies already, but who's to say, what to say, whatever. And it was interesting to me because, it interests me because I did a video, what are they turning us into? Also, I did a video on zombies where there's certain drugs that would have people do what? Exhibit zombie behavior, like bath salts, crack. I mean, I'm going to tell you, some people that I've seen on crack defied the laws of physics, where they can scale walls if it mean a rock was up there. I mean, I'm not being facetious here, right? So there was always this zombie type of narrative. And he came out and said, well, listen, the zombies to some degree are already here. We just have to see what's on the inside turn or come to the outside. And I'm like, whoa. He says they's already here. And he started going like this, right? So I went to a website and I seen it, and it was interesting to me. Stuff like this they won't allow on YouTube, but I may show it this coming Sunday. Now, so when he said that zombies are already here to some degree, but what's on the inside need to come to the outside. And it led me to begin a thought, and something came to me and saying, well, if they know this, they realize that eventually society cannot go on the way we've used to. It can only become more degenerate to a cataclysmic, outcome. If they know that the world is being turn into zombies, why aren't they doing anything about it? Why? They're incentivizing the spirit of zombie that the rabbi actually highlighted. Why not do something about it? Or are you looking to implode society? So he gave an interesting example that I'm going to show on the screen now real quick. And I talked to you about it. And you can divulge in the Hebrew, since you're going into the Hebrew this Sunday, how this translates into what he mentioned being a Jewish rabbi. Now,
Yes,
let me pull it up here. Let me pull it up. 1 second. I'll pull it up right here. One second, folks. Right here. The word zombie in Hebrew. Okay. I think earlier,
Zombie.
Elder Lawyer, if you can say the word that you typed earlier to me here based on what I'm seeing here.
yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So the one you're looking for is, I'm going to give it the pronunciation they provide, Metumtam.
Metutam.
Metumtam.
Metutam. Now, this is a word that was that the rabbi went over, as you can see it in your corner, Metutam, which is what?
Zombie.
Zombie. Now, he said, and it's deep, that I pulled it up what Sunday morning while I was on my computer, and it was amazing to me. He said the majority of the population is already zombie. And what does that mean? They're dumb. They're stupid. They're dumbbells. They're zombies. There's other words I can't say right here, but it's a donkey connected with whole, and a dullard. Low IQ is what he stated. The majority of the population is already zombie. They just don't know the Hebrew. They don't know the Hebrew. Dumb, stupid, dumbbell, zombie, donkey, dullard, which means, Elder Lawyer, that a society is cultivated, it's being generated into degeneracy, and they know it. Now, what happens if something big like a pandemic happens? Do you trust these people who've been turned into mental zombies to make a coherent, educated decision? Maybe these people are easily herded or easily controlled after being dumbed down. Now, maybe that's the case. But I always like to think that there's hope in the midst of whatever's being targeted at the people, because this is not just targeting black people. You can go online all day and through you name it, YouTube, whatever the case is, and it doesn't matter the race. And you know, the content, it doesn't matter the race, it's being flooded. We're being inundated with information or activity that would be deemed zombie across the spectrum. It doesn't matter whether or not you're black, white, whatever the case is. You can always find people doing dumb things. And that's on purpose. But why am I going into this tonight? Why? Because it's grave at the very end of this, according to prophecy. And I said grave, no pun intended. Right? They know that they've systematically created a society that would implode, where what? Everyone is at odds with each other. Without the coherent sense of doing what? Operating in a spirit of self-preservation. Being forced to rally amongst each other in the spirit of love for the sake of preserving ourselves. When you dumb down a society, what happens? It creates enemies. It creates enemies. So there will be enemies on every level, across sexual lines, across gender lines, across every other line, because people are not even smart enough to come together. And I don't see this amongst the Jewish community in particular. It's as if they're going on unaffected by all of this. Why? Because there's a code that must be what? Followed amongst their belief system at all times. It doesn't matter the social climate. There's rules. There's rules to be included in that circle. There's rules. What happens if you have a society without rules? Well, that's what he was talking about. They become zombie, and he said eventually what's on the inside will come on the outside. It will be on the outside. Very ugly. Very, very ugly. Now, Elder Lloyd, you have anything to say on that before I go into some of the engineered plans to zombify the world?
Yeah, just posing a quick question. My question would be, who is behind the, I guess you would say, the mediums and the avenues by which people are exercising and presenting this zombified activity throughout the four corners of the earth? There's a particular people who just so happen to control these mediums by which, not to get into any conspiracy, that allow people to present this type of dumbed down, zombified, low-level thinking, simpleton type of activity, whether it be the music industry, entertainment industry, the movie industry, whether it be social media. Someone is benefiting off of this kind of activity, this kind of activity, and I'll just leave it there.
Someone is benefiting. And Elder Lawyer, the brothers and sisters would have probably thought that I discussed the video with you that I'm about to show. I'm going to show you how linked in the spirit we are, because I didn't talk to you. I didn't say anything to you about a video I'm about to present called Hip Hop in Review. Part 3, dumbing down the lyrics. See? Lawyer, I didn't talk to you about this video, right?
No, sir.
To show you how, I'm going to tell you, the Most High be working. I didn't say anything to Lawyer at all about this. But guess what? I have the video in queue. Because there's some people that are actually incentivizing a zombie culture. That means, that's right, they will promote a level of debauchery amongst our people that is forbidden amongst theirs, at least publicly. Elder Lawyer, this is Fair Use, Hip Hop in Review, a PBS special that was on PBS. Dumb down the lyrics. It's only a few minutes. Fair use. Fair use. Listen to this. Fair use. This is for educational purposes only. Fair use.
Do you feel as though mainstream corporate America, when it comes to the record industry, is trying to dumb down the lyrics to keep people in a state of ignorance?
Oh yeah, I mean it's they really don't want to hear PE again, man. They don't want to hear no more Public Enemy, man. No. They don't want to hear conscious rap anymore.
Why not?
Well, first of all, it keeps Black America in check because you're only going to grow as much as you see or you hear. You know, so if they bring back PE when you're talking about a group that would tell you go picket this company or go do this and do it the legal way, man. You know, that's another thing. You know, the lyrics today are quick to pick up a gun, and if you're quick to pick up a gun, they got a place for you. They building them every day. You know, so it's a setup. You know what I'm saying? You pick up a gun or look, let me tell you, you know, I'm slinging cane on the block. You know, but they don't know that's a complete setup, little brother. They already got their game down packed. They know your moves before you make them. So it'll be, but it is. Don't get it wrong. Hip hop has always been challenged. It's always grown, and I do think we've came a lot farther since Biggie and Pac. But we still got like so much farther to go. It's just, and you know, hip hop is the #1 selling type of music out there, so that's why it's attacked a lot. But rock and roll went through the same thing, you know. Blues, you know, went through the same thing, you know. So hip hop is the forefront out there. It'll catch ground.
Let me talk about conscious rap real quick. We know that mainstream is going to promote your Jadakiss. We know they're going to promote your Ludacris. We know they're going to promote your 50 Cent. You got some cats out there. You got Common. You got a Mos Def. You have a Talib Kweli. Courtney, where are the female conscious hip hop artists?
They're out there. I mean, you know, part of, again, because we are talking about mainstream hip hop, part of the problem is that the market is interested in pushing a particular kind of artist.
That's right. That's right.
Sexism, like I say, hip hop is a reflection of the society that produces it. Sexism is an American value. Misogyny is an American value. So the fact that female artists don't get the same kind of play, don't get the same kind of marketing, don't get the same kind of support.
I need y'all to look at how regular and how beautiful our people used to look. You know, I'm just talking about the natural look. How wonderful this is that I'm not looking at right now someone that's prototypical trying to fashion themselves into many clones of the Kardashians and others. It's just amazing to me. It's a wonderful thing to behold.
Like I say, hip-hop is a reflection of the society that produces it. Sexism is an American value. Misogyny is an American value. So the fact that female artists don't get the same kind of play, don't get the same kind of marketing, don't get the same kind of support, reflects the fact that people think, record companies think that listeners don't want to hear what.
Now, folks, the reason I'm coming in because sometimes you have to cut the video. I know, I apologize. This way, it becomes an original content. If I'm narrating in between sometimes. That's the only reason I do it. But I wanted to mention that the black high schools, colleges, and the black, like Howard University and all that, all these colleges used to be conscious colleges, where it was about real education to empower our people. Okay? Back then, it wasn't about getting a degree in psychology or something that doesn't translate into the real world just to have degrees to go actually under debt. It was one time our people went to school to actually change the plight and conditions of our people in the communities. Now it seems the more school we receive, the more degrees we get, the dumber society has become. Do you find something wrong with that?
What female MCs have to say, but they're out there. You have Jean Grey. You have, right here in Austin, we have some sisters who came up from Cuba. Their names are Las Crudas. They're fantastic. They're feminists. They're conscious. They're talking about a lot of real issues, and they're doing it from a global perspective. These are black women from outside of the U.S. who are doing really, really amazing artistic work.
Exactly.
I mean, they're just so Bahamadia. There's so many.
So you rattled off a lot of names. If I'm watching this, or if I'm tired of hearing what's on the radio every day, where can I go to find a Jean Grey? Where can I go to find these other artists that aren't always talked about mainstream?
Well, I would say that I think one of the most important things, and I'm glad that you have D-Solo on the show here, is look in your own community. There are a lot of women doing really amazing, beautiful,
things,
positive work in their communities as organizers. They're doing work as artists, as graffiti writers, as dancers, as B-girls, as well as MCs, as DJs. We have a number of women in Austin who are also doing things. And I think that part of the work of making hip-hop more positive is something that we can all be proud of, is going back to the community and not looking to record companies or the big names to, you know, to have role models. But those people are right here in our community
They're
doing really great
forcing us
work.
back that way, you know.
And it's right here where we live.
Yeah, the music.
Where we go to school and work.
They're forcing us back that way because now distribution is such a big thing now, you know. And to add to that, Christian rap, man, there's a lot of good Christian rap out there, man. You know, how many times are we gonna hear? You think you'll hear another Jesus Walks?
I hope
Kanye West?
I don't know.
Well, you got big record companies that just, you know, they let Kanye through.
Right.
All right, with Jesus Walks. And it sold, you know, so that's a first. But you could see they kind of, you know, force feeding, you know, they're feeding you out of long handle spoon, like,
And
let's see if this is going to work.
And then there's a racism piece to this that has to be taken into mind in terms of how all this stuff is structured and why, you know, the big record companies are not interested in promoting the message that will bring about a lot of health, because what they're doing is really they're promoting to a poverty mentality that exists in the community. And I want to say poverty mentality, I mean there's a lack of something in terms of we have not paid that much attention to ourselves.
That's right.
And then being able to have that spotlight with the bling and everything, you know, it's like an exaggerated visibility that we talked about earlier when we was in the dressing room.
Right.
But the idea of how we do that to get the attention because we went so long without getting attention in this society.
So
and
it's like, hey.
yeah, so you can see me. You see me with the bling. You see me with the, you see me with the grill, you know?
Yeah, for sure. And I love a certain amount of bling myself, but I understand what's behind it.
Right,
I have a video showing we're like a melting pot for whatever happens in the community. And a lot of these dudes, man, they don't own that jewelry, man.
Right.
You know, like it's like you
fantasy,
said,
like you said,
it's a fantasy, man. I mean, I know the dudes that make the jewelry.
I know the dudes that make the jewelry too. Yeah, it's in the word.
And believe me,
They'll
they
tell
don't.
you.
I mean, a
This
lot
ain't-
of them
this
tell
ain't
you, man,
his.
this is not his. He still own it, but I'll let him wear it because you know why? It's going to bring publicity to me.
Right.
It's going to help him in his overall look. You got to put it in perspective. I'm not mad at rappers that do that,
Right.
you know, but you know, let your lyrics dictate. You know, walk it. If you're going to talk it, walk it. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
and the thing I mentioned is because there's a subconscious part of that that we don't understand, that from not getting attention as black men in
There
this
you
country,
go, there you go.
we do things to get attention. And you know, the thing is, I understand the you know the mindset behind it, and it works.
Yeah.
It works to a large degree. We do get attention, but oftentimes the type of attention we really don't want.
And what you do with
kind
the
of
attention when you
attention
get it,
Right.
You know, what you do when you got the spotlight.
Be sure to check out the other segments of Hip Hop and
Now you would have thought after Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
I don't know how much of that you've seen, but you would have thought after that conscious conversation that was being had amongst those in our communities, knowing the trend of where hip hop was going with the influence it had over our people. You would have thought that things would have trended with us being that conscious at that time, back to consciousness and awareness to protect our people, right? To actually build a moral code and use rap as a platform, as it once was used for, to awaken the masses, to have people mindful of the enemy's plight against the chosen people, right? You would have thought with that conversation that it would trend towards something what? Positive, right? I'm going to show you where it went. Houston, Texas. A Popeyes commercial, fair use, by Megan Thee Stallion. Who's pushing this debauchery? Fair use.
Someone stole your hottie sauce.
Someone stole your hottie sauce. Now look at what's going on now. And I just showed you the conscious sisters sitting in the circle speaking of positive rap and how it can influence our communities positively. Some other people heard that and say, no, we don't. It's about hot sauce.
Someone stole your hottie sauce. All of it. Not my hottie sauce.
Not my hottie sauce. Hands on my knees, shaking on my thighs.
Rev up my engine. I'm coming.
And now we have what? A prototypical succubus right here. That every young lady or every young man is chasing after a succubus type diva, which is an East Indian demon, who make your face to look exactly like this woman. Do this woman look any different than any other people that's out there that are making themselves up now? There it is, conscious rap.
Someone stole your hottie sauce. All of it. Not my hottie sauce.
Hands on my knees, shaking on my thigh shot. Hands on my knees, shaking on my thigh shot.
Hands on my knees, shaking on my thighs. Look at the boots.
Rev up my engine. I'm coming for you.
She's going to get a hottie sauce. Hands on her knees, shaking with her thighs. Right? Fair use. Now, I know lawyers probably smiling a little bit over there, but that's I knew it. I just now I'm like, okay, I know he probably covering his mouth right now. But it's okay, young man. We're gonna deal with some seriousness here. When that guy said that we're already experiencing zombies, at a time, elder lawyer, of deaths that are numbered almost to biblical proportions. Wars all over the earth. Every nation is going back to their own country in preparation for what's about to happen. No other race of people is willing to promote debauchery. Obviously, that they had to have accomplished what they wanted in dumbing down the majority of our society who could take this in without any pushback. To a degree, elder lawyer, that now what I've just shown is the representation of hip hop. It's what our children, our young men are searching for, to not to marry, but to deal with, to add to the debaucherous culture, because not anybody gonna marry that. But then on the other hand, it's developing a women who looking forward to actually, aspiring to be on that level. I know how it is growing up in the influence of entertainment. When I seen Michael Jackson, when I seen all these different artists who actually had talent, you know what? It inspired me. It inspired all the people in the neighborhood to dream that one day we can use our talents to get our family out of the hood for a better life. So don't tell me that this doesn't have an influence on current society, elder lawyer, like music had an impact on me during my time. This is a powerful, powerful influence tool. And I'm talking about hip hop. Hip hop actually drives our culture. We're the only people where our culture is driven through entertainment. And because of that, I fear what's going to happen with our people. Why? What happens when you're in a society where everything is instant, elder lawyer? Where there's no need for commitment, because now you can find about 30, you can find them and swipe them all day long. So there's no need to commit to anyone when a young man can get laid down with any woman looking like this any time of day just by putting an app on his phone. Right? So there's no security on his side in developing what? A family, he would actually have the, I would say, that would move him beyond strength to protect. A weakness, because if you don't have a family, there's nothing to protect. So you don't know what it is to kick in with a love that's beyond you to protect something. No other society have become as disconnected as we are. And then what happens when there's so many women and not enough men for women? What's going to happen to them? And then what's going to happen if we allow society to have us hate one another? Where even husbands and wives, now the evil that permeated on the outside has now crept inside of relationships that should be together and have caused what? Infighting. Right before the enemy comes to totally destroy our people. This is the culture they have created. A culture of zombies. And one thing that I know about zombies, Elder Lawyer, when you look at the Walking Dead and all that, they walk around directionless. They without direction, a better word. They walk around with no care, only looking to consume and to destroy, but with no direction. No protection. They're just walking. Now, this is what I want to talk about now. Speaking of this, where does it lead? Where does it lead now? Because eventually a war is coming. Where does it lead? Elder Lawyer, I need you to get.
Yes, sir.
I need you to go get Isaiah 4:1.
All right.
Where does it lead now that there's no direction towards morality, which leads to family, community? And with family and community comes what? An innate nature to protect something. See, zombies don't care to protect anything. They're just walking through life. Right? Now, this is where it ends. Every other nation realized they're living in an apocalyptic time and began preparing. While we sitting there thinking it's a party, all fun and all that, every other nation, they're bracing themselves for Bible prophecy. They know a war is coming. They know what's coming out of the sky. And folks, why do you think the Bible is the most published and read book on earth? No one, let me tell you, let me make it clear, Elder Lawyer. If you believe only Christians and those who believe in the Bible are reading the Bible, you got another thing coming. Satanists gets the Bible. If atheists buy Bibles, if only just to debate it. There's a reason why the Quran isn't the most sought after published book on the earth. Every nation, whether you believe it or not, heard of what? A reckoning, a prophetic reckoning according to the Hebrew Scrolls, which is the Bible. Every other nation is preparing for something. While we're running around talking about getting the bag and this, that, and the other, walking around like zombies, and the real people with the money who let you borrow the jewelry to floss are saying straight out, zombies, we've already created zombies. He said it straight out without even saying it. Our industry, our corporations, our music industry, we have incentivized zombies. You're waiting for zombies? We have already created dumb people who are too checked out to realize that what? That they're being taken out. Elder Lawyer, I'm going to go into a scripture tonight and give full board understanding because I've seen so many people go into this scripture. And I'm talking about as an Israelite. I grew up as an Israelite, and boy, one of the selling points of this scripture, Elder Lawyer, Isaiah 4:1. One of the selling points of this scripture, hey, brother, let me tell you, polygamy is a part of our life. Right? Polygamy is a part of my life. You know, as an Israelite, you can have as many women as you want. Blase, blase, blah. We were taught that. It was promoted amongst us. But I'm going to show you that this links directly with the zombie apocalypse that's coming. I'm going to tell you, everything we're seeing out there is a misdirection that's going to leave our people open for what? That's right. The gauntlet. They have you looking this way with bells and whistles and jewelry and women with this strip culture. All of it is on purpose. Swiping left, swiping right, and guess what? You're going to be out there. When the lights go out, all you've developed is all you'll have. Whatever you prepared for up until that time is what will sustain you.
Mm-hmm.
It's all going to stop. So I'm going to give some understanding today. Isaiah 4:1. I'm going to show you where this zombie apocalypse leads. Elder Lawyer, let's go to Isaiah 4:1.
Isaiah 4 verse 1. In that day, 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we will eat our own bread and wear our own apparel. Only let us be called by thy name to take away our reproach.
Only let us be called by your name to take away your reproach. In that day, 7 women shall take hold to one man. Now, I know there's men out there everywhere saying, oh, yeah, women grossly outnumber men. Oh, I'll take them on, or whatever the case is. Folks, there's not one man on earth who understands scriptures, who truly desires this day. Why? Because if there's 7 women to take hold to one man, where are the rest of the men?
That's right.
Where are the rest of the men? Because if they develop a zombie culture where people begin to eat on each other and destroy each other and sue each other, what's going to happen when it's time for self-preservation? That's right. You're going to have men killing women and a lot of women together because they're unified more so than men are. For the sake of survival, there are going to be many women also killing men. And when society break out, folks, I'm going to tell you right now, women are going to flock for the opportunity to be protected because something is going on in that day. There's not a movie, there's not a production, post-apocalyptic movie, whatever they put out there. There's nothing Hollywood have shown us that could prepare us for that day where women will swallow their pride and say, listen, I don't care about nothing. Take away this reproach. What is the reproach? Elder Lawyer, and y'all need to get an ink pen and write this down. Because we're going to put a stomp, a nail in the proverbial coffin concerning this particular scripture today. What this means. And there's not a man living who knows the Bible is looking forward to this day. There's a reason why this is going on, and I'm about to drop it. Elder Lawyer, let's find out the state of the men in that day.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to Isaiah 3 and 25.
Isaiah 3, verse number 25. Thy men shall fall by the sword, and thy mighty men in the war.
Read it again.
Thy men shall fall by the sword, thy mighty men in the war.
Hold up. Thy men shall fall by the sword, and what?
Thy mighty men in the war.
And thy mighty men in the war. What war? Folks, when those spirits were released in the great river Euphrates, the war began. There was a campaign in this earth that would actually lock up and destroy the warrior class of our people. The warrior class is already incarcerated. At any time, they can pull the plug on these institutions and take down every mighty man that would have been in our communities. And I'm talking about the courageous, fearless ones. They have now the power to pull the plug like this, and every mighty man that would normally protect our community, dead within 24 hours. With only the men that are left who were raised by women, who instead of seeing things logically, have learned at no fault of their own to run all scenarios through their emotions. Now, the mighty men with tact, the mighty men who could calculate and have brains and had street smarts and had brawn and could war, has been incarcerated. And the only men left are men that think like women. Finish reading, Elder Lawyer. 25 and 26.
Yes, sir. Verse 26. And her gates shall lament and mourn, and she being desolate shall sit upon the ground.
She being desolate shall sit upon the ground. You're going to have women who are left because just by default, usually when a war breaks out, the women aren't outright destroyed. Why? Because women bring forth the nation of her conquerors. So even in old times, biblical times, when the men were destroyed, they would take the women and reprocreate with them and bring forth their own race. So it tells us that all this stuff going to stop. There's going to be something that happens in the earth that destroys many black men, Israelite men, and the women will sit down desolate without any help or protection. And at that time, our women all over the earth will realize how much they really needed a man. At that time. But that's nothing for men to celebrate. Because according to this, read it again.
Verse 25. Thy men shall fall by the sword, and thy mighty men in the war.
And thy mighty men in the war. There's a war against us, folks. Why do you think it's okay to demonize the children of Israel's men with no recourse? You demonize before destroying. If you want to protect a nation, you must protect the man first. Because the man brings forth the seed for that nation. You don't allow your men to be demonized. You don't allow your men to be presented in a feminine, weak nature. You don't allow the woman to become the voice of that nation. That's a clear sign of defeat. Okay, because men sets the what? The moral standard or culture for the race. And the woman teaches that tradition to the children. So now that things have been turned upside down, eventually there will be a war that will eradicate the earth of men, our men, to a degree where our women will say, well, hold up. We're vulnerable with no protection. There is no schools. There is no education. There is no jobs. And I'm out here by myself. And the men have been destroyed in a war. Listen to me clearly, going back to that day. Isaiah 13 and 11.
Yes, sir. Isaiah 13, verse number 11.
Read it.
And I will punish the world for their evil.
I will do
and
what?
The wicked for. I will punish the world for their iniquity.
I will punish the world for their iniquity, and we're in a punishment now. You have people who are actually signing up, going into institutions strictly to lay down their lives. Listening to everything that's being said because, like that other guy said, they got zombie minds, are what? Without direction, going into these places, thinking they're sick or whatever, coming up missing. See? Read that again.
And I will punish the world
I
for
have
their
to watch
evil.
my words. I will punish the world for my evil. Read.
And the wicked for their iniquity.
And the wicked for their iniquity. I'm going to ask a question real quick, Elder Lawyer. Can anyone give me a definitive example of insanity anymore? What's the prototypical understanding of what an insane person looks like? Now, when I was growing up, it was easily defined. Someone walking down the street talking to themselves before cell phones. You're sitting there scratching and you're talking to yourself in the second and third person where there's more than you living there. Clearly, multiple personalities there. A guy walking down the street and he got lipstick on and he shined up and he's looking all weird, walking around looking like someone's chasing him. I've seen all this living in North Philadelphia. Clearly insane. I grew up with a guy, and everyone know this dude. This guy name was Birdman. I think I told you the story, Elder Lawyer, about Birdman. Now his name wasn't Birdman, but we knew that something was up with him because every time you look, this guy was doing this walking down the street like he was a bird. But at this time, my parents didn't let us know there was a insane asylum right off Adams Avenue on Roosevelt Boulevard where a lot of these people were being tested on. He was called Birdman. We just see him like this. And one day, Elder Lawyer, see, we knew what insanity was back then. One day, myself and my brother Anton, we was looking up and we're like, early in the morning, we about to go up the street down the corner store. And we hearing some bird noise up in the tree, Elder Lawyer. And I'm like, yo, what the Hades is this? And Anton said, you know what it is. That's Birdman. I'm like, is he up in the tree? He's like, yeah, he'd be up there like every Tuesday he's up there making bird noise. I'm like, okay. This is North Philadelphia. Duckery School is right across the street, 15th and Diamond. And Birdman is up in a tree. And I'm like, Anton, just leave him alone. He says, no, I ain't gonna leave him alone. You know how we was, Growing up, you always have the smart aleck. Anton was the smart aleck. He'd go there and say, yo, Birdman. Because a plane was going by. He says, Birdman, catch the plane. Elder Lawyer, Birdman jumped up and did 2 flaps and hit the concrete. There was another guy that we knew. You know, Anton laughed and ran around, you know, whatever the case is. He only got 2 flaps out, man. Then there was another guy who would drive a car. Every time you look, he would come around with a new car, but you know, an invisible type tip. Right? So it was clear to us, based on the moral standards that was set in our society, at that time Christian, where there was some moral standard set, which was a divide to actually be able to recognize the sane from the insane. Why? Because we had some level of a moral concept within our community. Elder Lawyer. Somebody,
Absolutely.
What does an insane person look like now, Elder Lawyer? You cannot call a person insane, Elder Lawyer, without what? Without it being deemed hate. Something that we would look back then and say, yo, that's crazy. But if you point that out now, you're canceled. But I digress. Go on, and then we're going to go back. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to make a quick comment. In today's standards, Birdman would probably get legal rights and protections to confirm and protect him as a bird. You wouldn't be able to tell him any different. I mean, you got people who believe they're dogs, people who believe, you know, all kinds of things about themselves that, you know, somehow they get legal rights and protections to actually allow them to fulfill whatever it is in their mind. So you're absolutely on point.
Well, the reason why I'm going there is because we have allowed a system to be pushed on us where what? We can no longer speak against what's immoral or insane because we have allowed this to fester amongst us without identifying it. It has led to what? Our people being open for a judgment. And I'm not talking about something to make fun of it. You must clearly define when something isn't right so that what? The community can rally in protection against what's not right. Okay? Before a judgment. And now we've accepted we've allowed all of the insanity and the straight debauchery to attach itself to us. We're no longer seen as righteous, pious, moral people. We've allowed them to create all these negative, these negative narratives through Hollywood, only for our children to aspire in this current day to be debaucherous, evil, immoral. And it tells us according to the Bible because of this, because we took this on. A judgment is coming. And in any war, in order for the victor to succeed, he must take down the men. It so happens, it's speaking about us. Hence the reason 7 women have to take hold of one man for survival. Let's read that again, Elder Lloyd, that last piece. Isaiah 13. And we're going to go all the way to 13.
Yes, sir. Isaiah 13 and 11. I will punish the world for their evil and the wicked for their iniquity. And I will cause the arrogancy of the proud to cease. I will
cause the arrogancy of the proud to cease. There's too much pride amongst the people who shouldn't have any. We're walking around like we got it going on, like we're bosses at the very bottom of everything. And the nations are looking at us. They laughing at us. They come to a video set and be like, have all this jewelry. You got one guy who controls the company. He's getting paid. Another guy who owns the jewelry shop who he goes to the synagogue with, and you bring him. He's the guy that brings the jewelry that you can rent while doing the video shoot. Then you got to pay the other guy, his cousin, who's doing the video shoot. And then you got to act a fool the whole time, creating a narrative that's destructive, causing our people to be incarcerated and all that. And you're going to operate like you're a boss. You got it going on. When all of these people are pillaging you on every side, pushing you out there to promote the worst part of who we are as a people. So the Most High says it's going to be a judgment for that, because our people don't even know when to have good pride. We're proud, operating in the spirit of foolishness. Read that again. Come on.
And I will cause the arrogancy of the proud to cease, and will lay low the haughtiness of the terrible.
The haughtiness of the terrible. Because the Bible also talks about in Isaiah the 3rd chapter, how the women can walk around with a haughty spirit, with their neck stretched out, like they're better than everyone else. And the Most High said, you know what? A reckoning is coming to all of you. And you're going to realize at the end of this how much you two really needed each other. Here's the problem. You got one segment pointing to one side, the man's pointing to the woman, and you got the other segment, the woman pointing to the man, when they're both in the crosshairs. As if the Most High is going to come down and arbitrate all of these menial individual arguments. No. He said, if y'all don't got enough sense to come together before a judgment, all of you die. It's not about right or wrong here. You're all wrong. A judgment is coming, and every other race of people understands it except you. You think it's a party. See? So he's talking about the haughty spirit of the women. So the Most High is going to humble the haughty spirit and say, you know what? Hey, with no man to protect you, you're going to realize how important a black man was. Let's read it again. Chapter and verse.
Isaiah 13, verse number 12. I will make a man more precious than fine gold.
Now, when it says,
even a man than the gold.
Hold up. Read the whole verse and then let me know when you're done.
Yes, sir. Verse number 11. And I will punish the world for their evil and the wicked for their iniquity. And I will cause the arrogancy of the proud to cease, and I will lay low the haughtiness of the terrible. I will make a man more precious than fine gold, even a man than the golden wedge of Ophir.
Now, why did it say he would make a man precious like pure gold, as the finest gold of Ophir? Well, usually when someone sees that, they'd be like, oh yeah, I'm a man, right? I'm a man of the Most High, right? You know what? You know what this is talking about? The finest gold of Ophir is rare. Compared to every other metal that you can find in mass, you can rarely find this particular type of gold. That's how rare it is. The metals, this is what makes gold more expensive than any other metal. It's not easy accessible. Through supply and demand, it's worth more because it's rare. So when it says that he shall make a man precious as fine gold, it's not talking about a man standing up saying, I'm the man. No, it's talking about there's not too many men left. It's not too many men left. It's rare. To a degree, you have women hid out weeks at a time, months at a time with no protection, and all of a sudden they look around and they see one man. He got a backpack on, he has things on, he has weapons, he has food. And they haven't seen a man in months. They're not looking for other women. They're like, yo, can I go with you? Where you staying? I haven't seen a man in months. Did you hear about what happened a few weeks ago? How many of them died over here? How many died over here? Listen, I have my own food in the cupboard. I have everything. Listen, can you just protect me? That's the setting. And I'm talking about Book of Eli type deals. When society have totally been decimated. If you don't think what's going on in the earth right now isn't totally dismantling our societies and our communities to the point where it cannot survive, you're not looking. You're not looking. When they start talking about transgender children, lowering the number of children, when the consent age of children, when children are no longer protected, when they talking about instituting what? A medical procedure on people, or they cannot live, they cannot take care of their families. When they start talking about this is the dismantling of that society. So eventually, it's going here where we're reading, Elder Lawyer. But why did they have to go through all these systematic steps instead of just coming against us all together? You know why? Because right now there's too many of us. That's why. There's too many of us. If they attacked us all at once, we would rally together through self-preservation. It's too many, and it's too less of them who are planning this, what you would call infighting. It's too less of them. So they must use psychology and legislation and the media to actually promote toxicity amongst the ranks of people. So that the people can then fight and take out a large number within themselves till there's a manageable number that they're looking for. That's why. That's why. If they had their way, folks, they would just come all together and just do it. But they can't because it's too many people. And there's a spiritual component. There have to be a certain level of immorality which would allow them to come against the people, because they cannot do past what the Most High allows. And I'm going to go into that this coming Sabbath. So they have to demoralize the system to a degree that the Most High altogether backs off of the people. So when that demon was loose, immorality was loosed. The spirit of zombie was loose. Incentivizing stupidity was loosed to a degree where that stuff would start festering and begin to germinate and totally spiritually infect the community to a degree where we would start fighting against one another. A systematic plan to destroy us inwardly. We're dropping it right now, folks. If they could, they would just take us out altogether, but it's too many. So it must be systematic. And it first starts with having the woman believe that she don't need a man and that a man can do without a woman. And if that's the case, why did the Most High make Adam and Eve again? There's no other people on earth outright in public shaming their men and women, because they understand what optics is. They understand the power of symbolism. The power of symbolism. What symbolizes a society is the strong people, man and woman, that represents it. They understand that. So you don't think that there's debauchery and transgender and gay life and stealing and killing in every society? Of course there is. But they will never allow that that subculture to represent the race. We were talking about that the other day. Read that last piece again, Elder Lawyer.
Verse 12, I will make a man more precious than fine gold, even a man than the golden wedge of Ophir.
Come on. You're at 13?
Verse 13, therefore I will shake the heavens, and the earth shall remove out of her place. In the wrath of the Lord of hosts, and in the day of his fierce anger.
And
it shall be as the chase roe.
Go ahead. Finish reading.
Yes, sir. I'll read verse 13 again. Therefore will I shake the heavens, and the earth shall be removed out of her place, in the wrath of the Lord of hosts.
In the wrath of the Lord of hosts. Come on.
Verse 14.
Elder
and it
Lawyer,
shall be as the chase roe.
I need you to go
and
to
as
Isaiah.
a sheep.
Go to Isaiah 4:1 for me again.
Yes, sir. Isaiah 4, verse number 1. And in that day, 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying,
now do we
will eat
understand?
our own bread.
Hold up. Now do we understand why 7 women shall take hold of one man? It don't have nothing to do with because women outnumber men. Nah. Men have fallen through the war. And I'm seeing this for the last 10, 15 years, Elder Lawyer, where because the society that have been developed, that women are noticing that men are too sensitive being brought up without men, that a lot of women, and I've seen this as, maybe they've done it always to a degree that I didn't recognize. Some women were even looking into roles of those who are in jail. And when they find out that a guy is going to come out within 2 to 3 years, 5 years or whatever, they begin to do what? Court the man and help him out in jail in hopes of having someone that's strong enough who survived jail to protect them upon the man's release. I've noticed that within the last 5, 10, 15 years, a lot of women or the person they grew up really caring for went to jail. And they realized, guess what? These guys in jail aren't perfect. But a lot of these guys in jail who survive, these are warriors. And a lot of women have developed enough tact to say, you know what? Nick some of the guys out here that are soft. I'll wait for this guy who get out of prison in 2 and 3 years. Women have started looking to the prisons for strong men and would choose that over what's going on, what's being cultivated through this Generation Z culture. I've seen that within the last few years where a woman would look at this man and say, you know what? That's a man. Even though he's in jail, he's paid his debt to society, but at least I know that this guy, when he come out, as long as he didn't have no molestation or something heinous on his record that was harmful or immoral. Because don't forget, we had a lot of people go to jail under the Biden Act for menial crimes for marijuana, for non-offensive crimes. Yeah, okay. They didn't really cause any harm to one in particular. They was doing no different than the marijuana dispensaries right now and have served many years. It's not like they assailed or physically harmed anyone. But I digress. But yeah, I've seen for a while women would say, you know what? I know somebody in jail. Because why? At the end of the day, I think that there are a lot of women out there, Elder Lawyer, who sense that they'll need a man, right? If not only for protection. There's a lot of women out there that are realizing, listen, when this stuff breaks down and we go back to a time before technology where everything now is accessible. If they do an EMP, the lights go out, Elder Lawyer, right? Because I believe that's going to come. The lights go out, they do an EMP where your phones are not working, stuff is not working, you can't readily pay your bills. And the only thing you can do really is sit back and hope that whatever outside doesn't come where you are. I believe when that time comes, and I think sisters are actually looking at that and saying, well, during coronavirus, that gave us a little snapshot into what we could probably expect if a dark winter or a dark time comes where really we're in the dark when the power grids go down. And I believe at that time, some level of reality will kick in. But the question I'm going to put out there is, will that be too late if no one prepared for what the Bible says will happen? Don't forget, these grids were only created systematically to bring a lot of people into the cities to progress what? To progress Satan's system towards building something to get out of here. Once they have accomplished their technology and what they needed out of the people, they have to find out now what to do with the people who are concentrated in these cities who aren't needed anymore. Hey, we're looking at post-apocalyptic here. We're talking about the book of Eli here. So in that day, Elder Lawyer, I just wanted to bring some context to this. Why? Because it's not as glorious as some people that I know when I was growing up, coming out of Israeli School of UPK, turned to Israeli Church of UPK, using this, we used to pull out this scripture and saying, listen, a man can have many women. Look at this scripture. In that day, 7 women shall take hold of one man. I'm like, well, hold up now. This scripture is talking about a day that men aren't looking forward to. Because the question is, will we be one of the men who will survive the war? And still to that, we have mothers, we have cousins, we have aunts, we have sisters. You're going to have women all survive. And I think I see a lot of that now, where women, for the sake of self-preservation right now, they're going out, together. You may not see a man within miles of them, but they're out together. They're eating together because why? There's no man there. So to some degree, we've already begun that digression into where women are with each other for the sake of self-preservation. Just so that they could encourage one another, support one another with no man in sight. It seems like we're already there, to the point where women are saying, well, we'll just go out together then. So imagine the whole society breaking down. Women are supporting women. They're out there with their mothers, their aunts, their grandmother, and there's no man around. They go out to dinner together. And now system breaks down where they're together someplace. And now a man pops up. They're going to be like, yo, I need to go with you. How did you make it through all this? That's the proper context of that scripture. Where women will say, well, listen, I got my own food. I got my own bread, because our women, to some degree, Elder Lawyer, have already adjusted themselves to be able to what? To be able to provide and get things, whether it be through necessity or a system that readily allow women to have the same access as men. Right? So the women are going to be like, listen, I already know how to go get my own. I need your arms. I need you to protect me. I need a man with arms, with strength, who've made it this far. If you made it this far, you could protect me. There's no man or woman in the earth, brothers and sisters, waiting for that day. That means the majority of our men has already been destroyed. Anything you want to say on that real quick, Elder Lloyd?
Yes, sir. Just one scripture to elaborate on that to give more insight on the social setting. What will be the world setting at that time?
Yeah.
And as you're mentioning, it's not going to be a glorious time. It's not going to be a time to celebrate. It's not going to be a time of considering the fleshly aspect of that. It's going to be, like you're saying, a lot of war, a lot of famine, a lot of bloodshed, and a lot of death in the earth. This is 2 Ezra 16, verse number 30 down to 35. I'll just read it through. You can elaborate.
Yeah.
It says, "For as a vineyard is gathered, there are left some clusters of them that diligently seek through the vineyard. Even so in those days there shall be 3 or 4 left by them that search their houses with the sword. And the earth shall be laid waste, and the fields thereof shall wax old, and her ways and all her paths shall grow full of thorns, because no man shall travel therethrough. The virgin shall mourn, having no bridegrooms. The women shall mourn, having no husbands. Their daughters shall mourn, having no helpers. In the wars shall their bridegrooms be destroyed, and their husbands shall perish of famine."
Read that again, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Verse number 32. "The earth shall be laid waste, and the fields thereof shall wax old. And her ways and all her paths shall grow full of thorns, because no man shall travel therethrough. The virgin shall mourn, having no bridegrooms. The women shall mourn, having no husbands. Their daughters shall mourn, having no helpers. In the war shall their bridegrooms be destroyed, and their husbands shall perish of famine."
So now that's the circumstance that leads to Isaiah 4:1 in that day. Because the enemy isn't going to see the woman as a threat. See, this is why they promote infighting and promote women over men within our society. Because at the end of the day, they're not going to deem these women a threat to them who don't have the physical prowess to subdue them. See? You have to realize this is why they're playing this gender thing out there. This has nothing to do with, keep in mind when they promote something in a society, it more so affects the bottom of it. Okay? There's many, I'm going to give you an example. There's many gay white men. Many. They've always been gay white men. But you'll never see white men presented in number as flamboyant gay. You'll never see that. Oh, they go, "Elder, I see you, Elder." Okay. I see you, Elder Gabar. You'll never see that because that's weakness. They will never allow that to symbolize white men. Okay? Now you're gonna always have your outliers and all that, but these are they who are looked down on within their circles. You'll always see strength with white men as a whole. You're not going to have it where every time a person is being presented, the only time a black man has a voice within a society is because he's gay. That's weakness. That's weakness. You'll never see that amongst any other race of people. Right? Now, I'm going to show you what other people, Elder Lawyer, are doing real quick. Discerning the times. Right?
Absolutely.
Because they're telling us, well, we're disproportionately affected because there's comorbidities, without saying how we got here. That we're the people that must be targeted throughout. At the end of the day, we're the people the solutions rest on. Well, if they do this, everything will go back to normal. Right now, we're divided on every turn. We're being targeted on every turn. On top of that, the strong black men that should be represented and protected isn't. They're looking to try to defund or take away the contracts of black men who would stand up, who would have the generational finances to turn it into something tangible to help our communities when things break down. Our people don't see that as a strength because a lot of us believe that that this society is going to go on without what? Spiritual intervention, or better yet, a judgment. This is why other nations go through great lengths to protect their symbols and to protect what? Their men. No man, no nation. Now, let me give you an example, and I'm going to hope this video encapsulate everything that I'm talking about here. How a nation runs in the midst of a plague. And when things break down, let's see whether or not these people would be in better case compared to what? Our people. Our people, right? Let's check this out. Amish, fair use. Amish, let's see how they fared since early 2020. And if things break down, let's see how they'll be able to make it through. And I'm going here because why? Here's a system that was set up through religious values. You can't live amongst them without what? Agreeing to the moral standards established amongst their community. And because they have a moral standard, there's a certain set of rules for them that don't apply to you. Let's see what happened to them during COVID.
When it comes to actions taken to address the COVID-19 threat, hindsight is still very much underway. For your consideration, a story and outcome you probably aren't hearing much about anywhere else. It takes place in the heart of Amish country. Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. Thousands of families lead lives largely separate from modern America. The Amish are a Christian group that emphasizes the virtuous over the superficial. They don't usually drive, use electricity, or have TVs. And during the COVID-19 outbreak, they became subjects in a massive social and medical experiment.
So it's safe to say there was a whole different approach here in this community when coronavirus broke out than many other places.
Absolutely.
Calvin Lapp is Amish Mennonite.
There's three things the Amish don't like, and that's government. They won't get involved in government. They don't like the public education system. They won't send their children to education, and they also don't like the health system. They rip us off. Those are three things that we feel like we're fighting against all the time. Well, those three things are all part of what COVID is.
After a short shutdown last year, the Amish chose a unique path that led to COVID-19 tearing through at warp speed. It began with an important religious holiday in May.
When they take communion, they dump their wine into a cup, and they take turns to drink out of that cup. So you go the whole way down the line, and everybody drinks out of that cup. So if one person has coronavirus, the rest of the church is going to get coronavirus. First time they went back to church, everybody got coronavirus.
Lapp says they weren't denying coronavirus, they were facing it head on.
It's a worse thing to quit working than dying. But to shut down and say that we can't go to church, we can't get together with family, we can't see our old people in the hospital, we got to quit working. You're working, it's going completely against everything that we believe. And you're changing our culture completely to try to act like they wanted us to act the last year. And we're not going to do it.
Steve Nolt is a scholar on Amish and Mennonite culture and Mennonite himself. He's studying Amish news publications to analyze community-wide trends.
So are you saying as of about May of 2020, things kind of went back to normal in the Amish community?
Yeah, it's kind of by the middle of May, it's sort of like back to a typical behavior again.
That also meant avoiding hospitals.
I know of some cases in which Amish people refused to go to the hospital, even when they were very sick, because if they went there, they wouldn't be able to have visitors. And it was more important to be sick, even very sick, at home, and have the ability to have some people around you than to go to the hospital and be isolated.
Then last March, remarkable news. The Lancaster County Amish were reported to be the first community to achieve herd immunity, meaning a large part of the population had been infected with COVID-19 and become immune. Some outsiders are skeptical, and solid proof is hard to come by.
Even those who believed that they had COVID tended not to get tested. Their approach tended to be, I'm sick, I know I'm sick, I don't have to have someone else tell me I'm sick. Or a concern that if they got a positive test, they would then be asked to really dramatically limit what they were doing in a way that might be uncomfortable for them. So we don't have that testing number.
We didn't want the numbers to go up because then they would shut things more. What's the advantage of getting a test?
One thing's clear, there's no evidence of any more deaths among the Amish than in places that shut down tight. Some claim there were fewer here. That's without masking, staying at home, or another important measure.
Did most of the community, at least the adults, get the COVID-19 vaccine?
Again, we don't have data on that, but I think it's pretty clear that in percentage terms, relatively few did.
Well, we're glad all the English people got their COVID vaccines. That's great, because now we don't have to wear a mask. We can do what we want. So good for you. Thank you. We appreciate it. No, we're not getting vaccines. Of course not. We all got the COVID. So why would you get a vaccine?
By staying open, the Amish here have one tangible 2020 accomplishment few others can claim.
We have this joke: when everybody else started walking, we started running. We made more money in the last year than we ever did. It was our best year ever.
Did the Amish really find a magic formula? They say yes, and they don't care who doubts it.
Yeah, all the Amish know we got herd immunity. Of course we got herd immunity. When the whole church gets coronavirus, we know we got coronavirus. Yes, we think we're smarter than everybody. I mean, I shouldn't be bragging, but we think we did the right thing.
Nolt, the scholar, is publishing a paper on the Amish social response to government mandates and COVID-19.
The right care at the right times, plus 20% off your...
Now, Elder Lawyer, I don't know if you just seen what I've just shown.
Sir, watching it as we speak.
Elder Lawyer, now this is a society who believes wholeheartedly in a moral standard according to their beliefs, who stood through all of it and was deemed clear of it all at a time in which all of us in the cities were panicking. Not me. I wasn't panicking. I'm talking about the people that was out there that was believing TV. That were being moved into a frenzy that would lead them into institutions that were doing other things outside of the norm. But one thing that I can respect, brother, and I need brothers and sisters to see the power of having one belief. One belief, brothers and sisters. A society that doesn't fight against one another, who understands the power of what? Of unity, standing together, regardless of what the news is saying. Because why? They have common beliefs, a moral standard. And you notice when the reporters came out there, who did they have represent them? Now, Elder Lawyer, how many Amish scenarios we've seen where there's women working in all of their stores everywhere. You would think that the Amish community in some of these stores were all women. The women the women outnumber the men in any Amish community. But immediately when it came time to actually represent their cause and to explain what was going on, they had a strong man of their community speaking in solidarity for everyone. And you know what? There was no gender conversations. There wasn't no, well, what about what the women have to say? Well, what about this sexual thing that he's dealing with? Well, what's your bathroom? What's this? What's that? None of this stuff, Elder Lawyer. And you know why the women don't have no problem being represented by a strong man? Because on the outside, the optics is what? We're protected. We don't even want you to think that there's women representing us in a leadership fashion. Because when it breaks down, if we got women representing us, that's telling someone everywhere, out there publicly, that they're open game to be destroyed when society breaks down. See, what the Amish aren't telling you is that, guess what? Not only are there men in charge or in front, that they're willing to do everything within their being to protect what they've worked for. So if you think the only thing they have on that in their community, Elder Lawyer, is horse and buggies, you got another thing coming. But one thing I wanted to point out, Elder Lawyer, and this is why every platform where our people are speaking, when there's someone that's standing up with any level of courage, who's courageous, who's willing to sacrifice everything, he must be commended and upheld as that's right, as someone that we will support. And I'm speaking in particular of Kyrie Irving. Because there's a whole community of Amish people where no one is ostracizing about anything, and they're outright saying that, nah, it's spread it amongst us. We got herd immunity. We're not dealing with that. Thank you for you taking it so we don't have to worry about it, because you can't spread it to us because we've already had it amongst each other. Thank you for taking it so that we can do business with you. And not once was this white man, ostracized or his community dragged through the mud for denying something that they were free from having since May 2020. Since May 2020, these people have been free to operate any place they want without dealing with any protocol, and no one is demonizing them. And you know what? I respect that. But this is what we get, brothers and sisters, when you have unity. When you don't allow the zombie portion of your culture to represent you publicly. This is what you have. You don't have a society in which they can use science and other means to pick your people off one at a time in clear sight without any pushback. I just wanted to put that out there. There's more I'm going to show on Patreon, Elder Lawyer, but real quick, what do you have to say before I make an announcement and bring Elder Gabar in?
Absolutely, right on point. I don't see any outrage. I don't see any shaming, at least for the time being. I don't see any public ostracizing. And just getting back to the point of the whole herd immunity thing, it's amazing that you look at a community, no technology, no hospitals, no medications or what have you, and yet they were able to overcome what can I call this without ringing any bells or causing any alarms? To go through this, or they made it through this campaign versus people who are in cities who have these medications, quote unquote, who have the hospitals, who have the technology, who are panicking throughout the whole thing. It's just amazing to see. And as you stated, this can only be achieved through unity. It can only be achieved through one mind, one voice. Not to say, listen, there's probably all types of things that go on within a community, but when they come out to represent themselves openly, they come out with one voice and one understanding. So a lot to be learned from that, definitely.
Exactly. And there's no campaign to say, well, the elderly of the Amish, this is how many of you we need you to get on this. Now there's a mandate for you, for the rest of you to do it. And now we're going to target ages 11 to 5, and then we're going to target the newborns. You think this can come off amongst the Amish community? And understand, folks, what they're leading with is what? Their religious right under the Constitution, not to be imposed upon. They're not dealing with any fear or nothing, because our people are going for it and are burying our own every day anyway. So we would have thought all of the going along with things that this thing would be over by now, right? There would be less people, right? We're going along with it and dying anyway. Well, that's all I can say there. But these are people who are not now, when you ask, well, Elder Lawyer, do you believe in God? Guess what? The Amish is not responding back with, I'm spiritual. Well, I do believe there's something out there. They're not responding like that. This is why they're surviving. They believe in the Bible and they're standing on it. Not like these so-called Christian pimp pastors in our communities. And you know what? You don't see the news giving any pushback to them, do they? Do you? Because guess what? When it all breaks down, guess what society will survive all of this? They're going to make it, they're going to make it longer than us. They're going to make it through way longer than us. See? So I wanted to put that out there, Elder Lawyer. And like I mentioned earlier, for those who just came in, thank you. We're over 3,000. Praise the Most High. If you missed it, that's on you. You should have been here earlier. But yes, what a broadcast this evening, Elder Lawyer. For those who don't know, as you can see the topic, have they turned you into zombies? It started off with me prefacing a rabbi who said that zombie is a Hebrew word that they knew of for a long time. And it means stupid. It means foolish. And for those who missed it, Elder Lawyer was able to break down the Hebrew word earlier. And it breaks down to, this guy said, and I'm going to show the video, Elder Lawyer, this Sunday in the Academy. He said, we all know what a zombie is. And a matter of fact, when you become stupid, it'll show on the outside. Okay? The people are already zombies. What it comes down to, at the end of the day, brothers and sisters, is that the Amish aren't fighting against one another. The Amish aren't fighting against one another. And I need you all to take heed of that. The Amish aren't fighting against one another. And just keep that in mind. They have men representation. You don't have the men trying to demean the women or the women saying they don't need it because they understand we're living in an apocalyptic time where destruction is upon us. Straight out. That destruction is upon us. Here it is. We got over 3,000 people in. Hit the likes because we still have more to unturn with this. We're breaking down the zombie mentality. And for those who don't know, zombie, let me pull it up here. Let me pull it up again here. 1 second. Let me pull it up once more. Right here. zombie means what in the Hebrew? Let's get it here. One moment here. Let me get it. Zombie in the Hebrew is, let me pull it up here. Elder Lawyer, and I need you to get Ezekiel for me again. Ezekiel 37 before we bring in Elder Gabar. I need y'all to check this out, sir. Brothers and sisters. Zombie in the Hebrew, and it was broken down by a rabbi, the fact that we're already under a zombie population. And he says, what's in the inside is going to come out. What it says? Dumb. Stupid. Zombie.
Zombie.
Dumb. Stupid. Dumbbell. Zombie. This word I can't say. And dullard. Dull of hearing. Where they would have what? We would have the lowest of IQ of our society representing our people. The lowest representing us. And what he says, eventually what's on the inside is going to come out. Zombies. In the Hebrew, it's right here. My tie, what mitem, my tie, watayim, my tie, watayim is the word, and it comes down to what? You got it, zombie.
Zombie.
What is it? Dumb, stupid, dumbbell, zombie in the Hebrew. And for some reason, our people, we allow this segment of our population to represent us without pushback. Well, folks, that comes with a reckoning. That comes with an eventual judgment. Okay? Now, what we're going to do, I'm going to take a quick small break and we're going to jump right back in with the elders and phone calls. Okay? This is what I want you all to do. Understand that we have week 1 of our Hebrew and Bible Academy starting this coming Sunday. For those who missed it, that's right. I'm going into the gods who were utilized to create the heavens and the earth. That's right, commanded by the Creator. First week, the creation of the universe, and then we're going to go into the fallen angels who control our system. There was a breach or a revolt in the beginning, and those gods were here in the earth before Adam was made out of it. Tracing the serpent seed, and we're going to go into the second week tracing the serpent seed and show you that those spirits are bound and were released. Some of the fallen angels pre-flood were bound in the earth. We'll also be going into finding not Noah's Ark, but the Ark of the Covenant. We're going to be going into, I told people, the truth about the conscious community. We're going to touch that too. A new creation that happened here in America. A new black religion they created called the conscious community, which is some of the most craziest nonsense known to mankind in that community. We're going to be talking about that. We're going to also be going into how we can survive the wilderness. The Israelites survive in the wilderness is another lesson we're going to add. That and more in our Hebrew and Bible Academy. And in order to be a part of it, you would need to go to historytimes.org. historytimes.org. Make sure you go there. historytimes.org. All right? Hold tight. We'll be right back with the elders and the phone calls. And yes, we are amongst the zombies. One moment. And every 4 years, the so-called party that represents our people, that's right, they go find the zombies to be what? The representation for us. It's not like the Amish community where they'll pick someone who's what? Intellectually in favor or intellectually in place to protect a community of people. They don't find that. Okay? They find the zombies to present us, to represent us as a people. And it's time that we begin to push back. One moment, we'll be right back. Hebrew and Bible Academy, historytimes.org. We will be right back with the phone calls. Hold tight. The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book. And the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy. You're invited. Real quick. That's right. We thank you all for being here. Here it is. We're live. Have they turned you into a zombie? Of course. Elder Lawyer, of course, those that in the truth realize that at one point we were all ignorant under the spirit of what? Of the dead. See, and this is why they have now incentivized the subculture, because they could no longer hide the truth concerning our people. And what they would like is the subculture to take what? To take the high ground and become the voice of our people to try to drown out truth. The truth that's coming from the Almighty. This is why they are incentivizing transgender this and gay this and all this, just to flood the earth. To flood the earth, to dilute the conversation concerning our people being the children of Israel, getting back on a moral code so that we're able to protect ourselves, just like the Amish, just like the Jewish people, just like the Chinese people. They don't want us to talk about what? What's in the interest of Israelites. So they're flooding the airwaves with debauchery and tying that debauchery to us. So in a nutshell, we have to realize at the end of the day, we have to what? Stop blaming each other. Men have to stand up and say, you know what? Regardless of what's going on in our society, we're going to what? Present our sisters in the proper light according to the Most High, regardless of the debaucherous ones who care not to repent. And highlight the virtue that exists amongst our nation when it comes to our women. If other people want to show the negative concerning the subculture, that's on them. But we have to highlight the fact that that's not all of us, that there are women out there that are trying to be right. And by the same token, we're not going to allow the system to demonize our men. Know that there's men who standing on the front line with the truth, who's willing to give their lives for their nation. Okay? That's willing to show what? The proper understanding of a man according to the Most High. And that we have to make sure that at each turn, we're protecting that image, even though the culture is promoting contrary. We need to get out there. And this is why a lot of people ask me, well, why do I always speak in defense of people that we knew who did wrong, like R. Kelly or like Bill Cosby or whatever? And I say, and you know what my answer is? It's not that I'm in defense for them. It's not that. I understand how the enemy work. I understand how the enemy work. And they're after any man that has generational wealth to pass down to their children. That's how. And I don't want to highlight a powerful black man and come down on him because the media told me to. That's how a zombie operates. I believe in repentance. I believe in the men should have an opportunity to change. Okay? That's why. I'm not going to come down on Bill Cosby because CNN said do so. Who the hell is Me Too? This is why. When they got the Epsteins, they got a whole rape island talking about R. Kelly. They got a white guy that's going all across seas, giving sisters all types of diseases and all that. It's a white guy that the media refused to show his picture because he's known for all types of debauchery and evil, targeting black sisters he's sleeping with, giving them HIV after being diagnosed with HIV. So don't tell me they care about what's going on with our women. This is why I don't stand with the media. Because if that's the case, I'm going to stand with the media against Kyrie Irving too. Why is it that the black man, when he stands for something, has to be ostracized? And in order for our people to stay on, you must join the lynch mob against your own. When no other race does this. That's why. It's not that I agree with any of their lifestyle, because I understand how the enemy deals with things. How do he care about whether or not someone dealt with underage girls when all these guys ritualistically deal with children, the pedophile ring, Pizzagate, Epstein Island, you name it. Who are them to point to what's wrong amongst our people? That's why. And if we are men and women of the Most High, things should be judged amongst us, where it says, well, okay, it's none of your business. Let us speak to him. Let us sit down with him and see if there's a place for repentance. Because we're not going to throw away our people like filthy rags. Christ wouldn't do that. You didn't throw away Woody Allen. You didn't throw away Elvis. Okay. So that's why. Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can pop back up before I bring Elder Gabar in. Let's read Ezekiel 37, then I'm gonna bring Elder Lawyer, Elder Gabar in.
Ezekiel 37, verse number 1.
Come on.
The hand of the Lord was upon me and carried me out in the spirit of the Lord, and set me down in the midst of the valley which was full of bones, and caused me to pass by them round about, and behold, there were very many in the open valley, and lo, they were very dry.
Come on.
And he said unto me, Son of man, can these bones live?
Can these bones live? So at one point, we were all dead. dead in sins and dead to the knowledge that we are the chosen people of God. Folks, let me tell you, folks, we've always been the chosen people. And the whole thing is, if we weren't the chosen people, you think society would readily throw away the Bible like they're doing now in number? If they were the people, do you think they would allow the Bible to be debated or questioned on their airwaves? As long as we thought they were the people, the Bible could do no wrong. Okay? The Bible was the book above all books as long as they were seen as the chosen. But the Most High did something. Out of our dead state, he began to cultivate a chosen, a remnant who would speak truth and justice and highlight the darkness that have always controlled our people. Read.
Verse number 5 or verse 4. Again he said unto me, prophesy upon these bones and say unto them,
do what?
O ye dry bones. Again he said unto me, prophesy upon these bones and say unto them, O ye dry bones, hear the word of the Lord.
Hear the word of the Most High. Come on, Elder Lawyer.
Thus saith the Lord God unto these bones, behold, I will cause breath to enter into you, and ye shall live.
And ye shall live. I will call breath to come into you. Now that's the Holy Spirit which brings all things to remembrance, brothers and sisters. It's our genetics. It's in our bloodstream. Okay, that's right. The soul lives in the blood. So our ancestors, which are Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, their souls still lives within our bloodstream. See? So what's going on now is the Most High is allowing the Holy Spirit to cultivate and move us to understand we're more than just slaves. We're more than just African Americans or any other name we was placed, that byword that was put on us by our oppressor. Like, no, we have history way greater than modern history called slavery. So that's the spirit that's been in us. Like, well, hold up, this is starting to make sense now. Now I understand why it doesn't matter what race of people we're scattered amongst, that we're on the bottom. We must be the chosen. And in order for society to thrive or to continue, they must suppress the chosen people of God. Now, I'm not going to have no problem with these people, because why? If we was on top, we would do everything to stay also. My problem isn't with these people. My problem is that what? My forefathers sinned, and in order for me to get access to that throne, I must come back to the laws, statutes, and commandments my forefathers broke. I have no problem with these people, because if we were in charge, we would do everything to keep them under us also. So I'm not going to fight and argue with them. I'm going to now get in order with the God who has the power to change the hand of power. See? I'm going to get in order with him. I'm not going to fight the belt that's chastising me. I'm going to go to the Father and say, listen, can you let go the belt and allow me access? And that's what the enemies feared, folks. They want us to fight on gender lines, racial lines, and all that, when that's not really our fight. Our real fight is sin. It's sin that keep the enemy, the other nations, ruling over us. That's the real enemy. Without sin, these Gentiles would have no chance against our people. We would be what? We would be mobilized under one agenda, under one moral code, with our backs one against another, looking out for the inside of our people to protect them. Just like you seen that Amish guy. See? They don't want that. See, and that's how they want us arguing about Chinese people, white people, because why? They know that's a futile battle. We love arguing about things we can't fight or control. They want to talk about racism and this, that. Nah. If we have a moral code and set a standard according to God, the Gentiles could do nothing to stop us. Finish reading, Elder Lawyer.
Verse 6. And I will lay sinews upon you, and will bring up flesh upon you, and cover you with skin, and put breath in you, and ye shall live, and ye shall know that I am the Lord.
Come on.
So I prophesied as I was commanded, and as I prophesied, there was a noise, and behold, a shaking, and bones came together, bone to his bone. And when I beheld, lo, the sinews and the flesh came up upon them, and the skin covered them above, but there was no breath in them. Then said he unto me, Prophesy unto the wind, prophesy, son of man, and say to the wind, Thus saith the Lord God, Come from the four winds, O breath, and breathe upon these slain, that they may live. So I prophesied as he commanded me, and the breath came into them, and they lived, and stood up upon their feet an exceeding great army.
This is what they fear, folks, a spiritual army that's protected by a spiritual army. The weapons of the Most High's warfare isn't carnal. If we come under one moral code, renounce our sin, be baptized for the remission of our sins, and say, you know what? For now on, we're going to conduct ourselves one amongst another righteously according to a law. Our lives, our communities will change overnight. And that means first, we would all stand together and say, no more destructive rap culture, no more debauchery. If we can cancel Dave Chappelle, we can cancel those for misrepresenting a black man as transgender. If we see someone not representing a strong black man, we as a community must stand together and cancel that man. The same thing with a woman. If a woman is operating out in a haughty spirit outside of the Most High, is not virtuous and teaching harlotry and debauchery, if they can cancel Dave Chappelle, we can cancel her. We can cancel the Nicki Minaj's. We can Megan Thee Stallion. We should have the same power to cancel them. See? But that can't happen unless we unite as one and not congratulating someone for a sinful, dirty bag. Why are you going to get in the way of their bag? Nah, it's a sinful, dirty bag. And we should stand together and say that doesn't represent us. That's the swinging down a pole is harlotry. Now, if you want to repent from that and be virtuous, guess what? We'll congratulate you. We'll celebrate you. And you'll give a testimony to show other sisters how not to get a bag by devaluing themselves. The same thing with men. A soft man doesn't represent a man of God. Period. You will not represent us. We'll cancel you. We'll sympathize with what you went through, and we'll pray to help you get to the root of it to overcome it. But you will not represent us because what? A weak man cannot represent its nation. And we're not going to allow the media and other people to put up weak men as the example of what we are in number. That's a lie. And it's time we start standing up and saying, listen, how are they getting the upper ground to cancel? The most debaucherous, wicked, and evil of our people has a voice to cancel who? And what I'm reading is in the Bible is about this strong army who's going to say enough is enough. Read on.
Verse number 12, or verse 11.
Yeah.
Then said he unto me, Son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel.
They are what?
These bones are the whole house of Israel.
Whole house of the children of Israel. And this is why people try to attack that sign and all that. Because why? It's not just talking about some black people with black features. We were scattered throughout the four corners. And you know what? Our people were mixed amongst the nations. But the Most High said the spirit of the prophets is subject unto the prophets. And he's called us out of these nations. And we must judge, listen to me clearly, we must judge beyond the outward appearance. The Filipinos are our people. Okay, that's right. They are people, folks. Also, the Cambodians, they're our people. So it's not just the people that's written on the 12 tribes chart. Vietnamese, those are our people. These are the 10 tribes that went into certain parts of Asia and had their own cultures, separated to serve the Chinese people. And this is why we have the sign, even though there's more people on the sign that's not named. All of Africa, outside of North Africa in the inland, the majority, 99.9% of the people in Africa are Israelites from Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. And they're not on the sign. Finish reading.
Verse number 11. Then said he unto me, Son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. Behold, they say, our bones are dried and our hope is lost. We are cut off for our parts.
We are cut off from our parts. Read.
Therefore prophesy and say unto them, Thus saith the Lord God, Behold, O my people, I will open your graves and cause you to come up out of your graves and bring you into the land of Israel. And ye shall know that I am the Lord when I have opened your graves, O my people, and brought you up out of your graves.
And see, this is what the Most High doing what? Bringing the dead to life in righteousness. Because we were walking, we were operating, but with no knowledge or direction or even purpose according to God. But when we found out we were Israelites, that came with what? A standard to now be taught to our children. So what the devil is doing, Elder Lawyer, on his side, he's cultivating a society to fight the children who would stand in his laws, statutes, and commandments. That's why they're teaching this alternative lifestyle and want to get to the children early and put stuff in them early to induce them into femininity and all that, because they understand, according to God's law, that there will be a balance. We will begin to tip the balance in righteousness if our children aren't taught by the evildoers. So they're doing this to flood the market, to flood the earth with debauchery, to try to drown out the prophecy of the children of Israel coming out of graves and doing what? Making a moral standard for ourselves for a change, according to an old law that was given to our fathers. They don't want that. And Nas X, guess what? Nas X really don't have any fans. He's a creation of the system, folks. He's a creation of the system. It's nothing but the gay pride parade. The gay pride parade. People financing an agenda. He don't really have fans like that, folks, outside of those people that you will see hanging from floats, shining with leather belts and spikes on. If that guy was to have a concert in Philadelphia right now, he couldn't sell that out. in New York right now. He could probably sell out in New York and California. And that's because why? The people that's like him would travel in droves. It'd be the same people going to every concert. But he's being forced fed to our children. He don't really have a backing like that, folks. Make that clear. All right. So real quick, let me move this real quick over. Let me bring in Elder Gabar before the calls real quick, if you don't mind, Elder Lawyer. Do you have anything else to say before I bring in Elder Gabar?
No, sir.
Okay, because he's been waiting for a while. So let me bring Elder Gabar in here. Where is he? Gabar Yasha Allah. There he is. I'm waiting for you, Elder Gabar, if you can hear me. Let me make sure. Oh,
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Let me bring you in, okay?
Okay, great.
And what I'll do is I'll minimize mine and bring you two up, okay? That's what I'll do. Hold on. Let me minimize mine here. Okay. Okay, so Elder Lawyer just stepped out for a second. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, the floor is yours, Elder Gabar.
Well, I was doing some research on different words that people use to degrade people. Idiots, morons, and so forth, so on.
Okay.
And the word moron, the word idiot, moron, and stupid was different layers of that. It was a scientific term.
Okay.
It came up, right? And the etymology of the word moron comes from the word Moorish or Moors.
Okay.
Which the European kind of typecasts all people of color as Moors,
stupid. Okay, yeah.
So it's like, I think it was idiot, Moors, and stupid was like the different. So a Moor was smarter than an idiot, but a Moor was dumber. No, a Moor was dumber than an idiot, but was smarter than a stupid person. I think it was. So these terms, and it's funny how you now, the word zombie, and you and I were talking about this earlier today before the show, that zombie is a Hollywood concoction, right?
Yeah.
It goes back to the 50s. I think the first term zombie was the Night of the Living Dead, and you have like Frankenstein. I don't know if that was used with him, but the term is as old as Hollywood, and it goes before it exists before this sci-fi version of zombies, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just thinking, and I'm like, okay, do they always thought this about us, right? That they view us, black people are morons. Morons comes from the word morenid or Moors.
I'm listening.
Right, that's the etymology, right? Is there a perspective that we have to look at, that our enemies are looking as like, okay, these people, they could only achieve this amount of whatever.
Mm-hmm.
These people, they're gifted in this or what have you. Is there a scientific equation to this the way they view us as race? Now, the ironic thing is that the Most High said, I'm going to use the simplers, or the simple of the people,
mm-hmm.
to confine the wise.
Exactly.
So let's just say hypothetically there is some argument to say different race achieve a high level of intelligence, and then they have done studies on this. But everybody is agreeing that you can't prove it genetically, but you could prove it culturally. Like, for instance, when you have brothers that come from Africa, like in Nigeria, Ghana, and different parts of Africa, they're the same DNA of the brothers here. But when you look at statistically and culturally, Nigerians have a thing that you have to do better, minimum the same of your father, and do better. There are peer pressure to do better than your parents.
Mm-hmm.
So in the Chinese community, okay, they have one of the highest IQ in the world. But why is that? Are they biologically smarter? No. But when you look at their culture, it's similar to the Nigerian culture that you have to bring the race forward by education. Education is important in these cultures. So, and there was a brother that I saw this, I believe, in social media. He was saying that the same thing. What's going on with our people, that you have Nigerians coming into this country, going into the same neighborhoods. They are the poorest neighborhood because they have to. They don't have much money. A lot of them come and they are in a scenario that they are sharing one apartment, 15 men.
Okay.
And, 5-6 years from that time, they have houses, they have businesses, they have surpassed the African American threshold in regards of wealth. So clearly it's culture. It has nothing to do with genetics.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, but I think the powers that be want to keep this conversation about stupor and who's an intelligence from a genetic perspective, or they want to ignore and never address or put on the table the possibility that it's culture and the possibility is circumstances. Because the minute we open that door, then there has to be a conversation like, okay, what cause and effect did slavery and Jim Crow and prejudice? And I'm not one of these race baiters kind of scenario, because I think part of our problem now is in America, it's not racism, it's classism. It's the poor against the rich. And they separate us and divide us, and us poor people to have us fight against ourselves and not focusing on the powers that be. So I think there needs to be a conversation about culture.
Yep.
How can we change our culture? What is acceptable? What is the bare minimum? Is the bare minimum okay? The bare minimum is high school. Is you need a college degree? Is the bare minimum you need to know a trade? What can we promote culturally speaking?
Okay.
In our culture to change our culture. So I guess I could start with that question.
Well, listen, I'm glad you're bringing this up, because I'm gonna throw a little puzzle up there in a moment. But it's one thing that really stood out that you said, Elder Gabar, and you always bring a different perspective. That's why I love bringing you on. Is there some noise there? I don't know.
Oh, I guess.
It's okay. That's fine. It's fine.
Okay. It will adjust in a minute.
Okay, great. What I would like to say is, we're so diverse as a people. Keep in mind, Elder Gabar, we've always, as a people, we would dictate the culture naturally as a people. Like the Bible says, we're the former of all things. Okay, I don't know if there's some feedback there. Do me a favor, just cut down your volume if you don't mind. It's like I'm playing back in my ear here.
Okay, fine now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
I don't believe we had a problem with culture at a time in which we dictated our culture. When you look at the blues, when you look at R&B, when you look at what we did before they were allowed to come in and begin to stare our culture negatively. Okay, we're no monolith. I mean, there's so many areas of our culture that makes us unique in of itself. The problem is we're allowing the enemy to dictate what our culture looks like. And that's the problem. Because why? If I wanted to just target one segment of society within our culture, I can show you nothing but positivity.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep.
If like for instance, you think Amish represents the majority of white people? I'm talking about from a moral standing. No. Right? But when I go and see the Moorish people, they would present them and allow them to do what? To be presented with virtue, character, righteousness, a moral code. It's like they won't even go into our communities and even look for that. They're not going to look for the fathers and the mothers who are block captains and who are looking to put trash cans out and fight the system and be up there at, to fight against, to be in PTA meetings. There are parents that actually do these things that we'll never hear about. We allow them we allow the media to portray us as underprivileged and victims. We allow this. And I think that has to stop because it's them shaping a negative victim narrative as our culture. And we're not a monolith. We're not just that. We're way more than that.
Yeah.
Right? So I wanted to say that. And again, they've always, this is why they put the Bible to the side, because they was always able to justify their heinous crimes against us by being able to sell to the population that we're less than human, They were always able to treat us bad by pushing negative stereotypes of us. And like I said, I expect the enemy to do just that, but there's not enough of us standing in solidarity and saying, well, you know what? We will not support any negative stereotype of us being promoted ever again. You know what I mean? I had to even talk to my son about that. I'm like, listen, don't ever play some of that nonsense I'll be hearing. This is what I'm fighting against. I don't care what the culture and what the young people are listening to. I know the power of music. So I digress in that. Elder Gabar, I'm gonna put something on the screen real quick. And okay. I want you to share in with me. All right. Brother Tariq had this, and it was kind of interesting. And I thought that, and I have a few more of these that I'm going to do in the academy. And I thought that this would be an interesting test for all of our listeners out there this evening. Let's see. I thought that this would be an interesting test for everyone. Let's see. Hold on. Since we're talking about zombie and stupor, right? And we're talking about also how they want to present us dumbed down, right? I'm going to put up a test for everyone real quick. A test. Right? Here's a test. I'm going to bring you in. Let's see. Here it is right here. Okay, where are you, Elder Gabar? All right, Elder Gabar, I'm going to bring in a test real quick, and I'm going to have everyone out in our audience. I'm glad you're there too, Elder Lawyer, because you can help us with this. All right, let's see. We're going to do
one thing I wanted to share right after that.
Okay, great. And let me know. I'll pull it up. Or I have all three of us in here real quick, right? Did you already send it to me, Elder Lawyer?
I'll send it to you now. I sent it to Elder Gabar. I'll send it to you right now.
Okay, and I'll let you break it down.
Yes,
all right,
sir.
Okay, where it is here. Hold on. Hold on, let me get it. All right, here it is. All right, brothers and sisters, let me put this up here so all can see. Right here. Tariq showed this, and I thought this is something that would be interesting as a case study amongst us. Brothers and sisters, Here's a question based on what you see on your screen here. Out of 1, 2, 3, and 4, who is the most stupid out of these 4? Now, there's 3 of them with saws on a tree. And I need you all to do this, brothers and sisters. I need you all, by a show of numbers in the chat, I need you all to put the number that you believe is the most stupid out of all of the 4. Someone says 4. Someone says 3. Someone says 2. Someone says 1. There's 3 of them with let me put it here. There's 3 of them with saws. Who is the most stupid here? 1, 2, 4. Okay. Obviously, number 3 is smarter than them all, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because he has a saw and he's going to get rid of 2 of them. So obviously, he's one of the controllers here. He's a guy who's in control of the whole tree, actually. But there's a reason, elders, that they put this case study out there. Because it doesn't come down to which of these 4 are stupid here. It comes down to which of any of these numbers are you. That's what it comes down to. So, number 1 is a person who does nothing at all and hopes for the best. He don't need a saw. He just hope that the people in the tree has his best interest at heart. Right? So he don't even need a saw. Now, he's sitting right next to his friend, number 2. This is what I got from it. Number 2 is feeling his branch getting weak and feel that if I get rid of this guy, I'll have more time. So this is the person that usually, this is the person that usually put up others as crash test dummies to survive as long as they can by getting rid of someone else. Number 3 has a secure spot and saying, well, listen, it doesn't matter because I'm getting rid of both of you. Now, number 4 in particular is the one that I would say is the majority of the population. Elder Gabar and Elder Lawyer. Why? Mm-hmm. Because he has a saw getting rid of himself. Now, I'm saying that because right now, and everything we see right now is voluntary, and people are voluntarily going in to rid themselves. Mm-hmm. So people would look at this and say, well, number 4 is really the one that's the problem or the most stupid here. Why? Because he's not smart enough not to off himself. All of these have a point. All of them have their own levels of stupidity, right? But 1, 2, and 4 is the most stupid. Why? Mm-hmm. Because all 3 of them are going to die. Because number 2 is looking at getting rid of number 1 without realizing his real problem is number 3. Right? Mm-hmm. Really, the problem is number 3, and that's the issue. Our people are sitting on a branch without pointing to the one who's looking to cut them all off. There's infighting. You got a person who just lets circumstance dictate their path. You know what? That's number one. He's live and let live. He'll be one of the first to die. Number two is just ruthless. He's just trying to survive. So he'll get rid of number one just so that he can stay long enough when he should be dealing with number three. Number four is the majority of the population. Is the majority of the population where they're not being forced to do anything, but they're willing to off themselves. So I want to make a case study real quick. All right, Elder Lawyer, you said you had something? We're going to have a lot of them in the academy. We're going to talk about that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just coming off the back of what Elder Gabar just stated, which was very profound, that you have many different cultures and many different nations who are promoted as being, what term you use? You said smarter or as more intelligent than us as, so-called African Americans, Latinos, and Native Indians, so on and so forth. I just want to make sure I get your terminology correct, Elder Gabar.
Yeah, but every study shows that the reasons why is culture, it's not genetics.
Right, and to pair that with what the Bible says, like you hear these arguments, all the time. The Jewish people must be. And it's not to speak disparagingly about the Jewish people, but you hear these things all the time. The Jewish people must be the chosen people of God because, look at them. Look at the movies they made. Look at how many scientists came from amongst them. Look how many Nobel Peace Prizes have been won by people who, are Jewish. They must be the chosen people of God. They must be more intelligent than, not just black people, but, just people in general. When it comes to the Asians and other cultures, usually you hear these types of arguments as far as them being more intelligent than blacks, Latinos, Native Indians, so on and so forth. But as was stated, the Bible tells us that God would use the weak to confound the strong and the simple to confound the wise. So that's very powerful. Now, to kind of come off of the back of that, even though culture does play a role in, certain cultural values do play a role, there's also another thing that plays a role in why certain cultures are promoted as more astute, as more education driven.
Yeah.
As more, there's another element that comes into play with that, and it's politics. I'm gonna show him an example. It's not in every case. Obviously, we can't make this every case, but I'm going to show one example of how politics also comes into this thing where they promote certain cultures as being more education driven, more astute, more science driven, and is more intelligent than African Americans and Latinos. Here's it says immigration history. I'm just going to read this real quick. Immigrationhistory.org. You can read this.
Do you want me to pull that up on the screen while you read it?
Absolutely.
All right, let me grab it real quick. You say you sent it, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me get it. 1 second.
I'm just going to read the top of it. When you guys get the chance, you can read the whole thing for those who are out there. You got documentaries on it and all kinds of things, but it's just one example to show you.
It says Asian immigration?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me pull it up so they can see it. Just to edify, we're going into the academy, so they need to see how we do this over there. Okay, immigration history, right?
Yes, sir. I'm just going to read the first two paragraphs of the summary.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, it says, for most of U.S. history, Asian immigrants have been defined as racially ineligible for citizenship, 1790 to 1952. Okay, again, Asian immigrants have been defined as racially ineligible for citizenship and therefore subject to the most severe immigration restrictions. Listen to this. Stereotyped as yellow peril, invasion consisting of slavish, quote unquote, coolie labor competition, Chinese were the earliest targets for actively enforced immigration controls through the Chinese exclusion laws, followed by the Japanese in the Gentleman's Agreement. persons from a zone extending from the Middle East to Southeast Asia, and Filipinos from the U.S. colony. As the earliest targets for exclusion, anti-Asian laws and their enforcement provided foundations of legal ideologies and enforced practices for the more general immigration restrictions that later followed. The lesser protections and the legal status of non-citizens and excludable aliens were developed in relation to Asian immigrants, including the rationale of military necessity that was used to justify incarceration of 120,000 Japanese Americans, 2/3 of who were U.S.-born citizens, in detention camps during World War II as racially categorized enemy aliens. So what that first paragraph basically describes is the fact that Asians, for an early part of their migration to the United States, they were stereotyped and they were demonized, much like so-called African Americans and Latinos were stereotyped and demonized in America.
Okay.
But something changed. Okay. Here's the key. This is the second paragraph. And now, if you can scroll down, you can show the picture as well after I finish reading the second paragraph to kind of demonstrate how, through politics, the promotion and the imagery and the stereotypes of Asians changed for political reasons.
Okay.
It says here, Asian immigration remained at a trickle until immigration laws were reformed. World War II, the growing unacceptability of open racial discrimination and greater concerns for international relations led to the gradual removal of overtly anti-Asian immigration laws, which were eventually replaced in 1965 with preferences for skilled employment, family unification, and refugees. So for the sake of international relations with Asia, they began to change not only the immigration laws for Asians, but also how Asians were promoted in America. These changes led Asian immigration to increase at geometric rates and come from more diverse origins. Asians now disproportionately immigrate through the skilled employment preferences, which have fed new stereotypes of Asians as quote unquote model minorities. So they went from yellow peril. They went from, these Asians coming from, from the Far East and, with their, the imagery. I don't want to, get the channel blocked, but some of the imagery they used to have. You go back and watch those movies from the 50s and the 60s on the Asians, the Asian guy, just the big teeth and the chinky eyes, or they have a white man playing an Asian, similar to what we showed with the white man playing the black man a few weeks ago. Yeah. That was the imagery of the Asians. They were kind of promoted as just stupid and kind of, happy-go-lucky idiots.
Yeah.
But eventually they became promoted as model minorities. Like, they are the example of what a minority should be when coming from another country into America. Look at them. They're into math, they're into education, they're into science, so on and so forth. Not necessarily because that was the case, but because America wanted to increase their international relationship with Asia. So they started to now promote this idea that Asians were more, culturally, they're more driven educationally, which again, not necessarily, may or may not be the case, but they started promoting it for political reasons. And they have a demonstration here. You can just show the picture of the early imagery, anti-Chinese cartoon from Australia, some of the early imagery that they had concerning the Asians. You see the octopus with the head of an Asian man. And then when you look at the second picture from Time magazine, you now start to see the new imagery of how Asians were promoted as a highly educational driven culture above other minorities in America.
Man, I'm glad. See, this is why I love bringing y'all in, Elder, especially Elder Gabar, to have these perspectives, because I wasn't even going this way. But it's deep through imagery and through political agendas and political promotion, how it would have the world reject or accept any ethnic group. It depends on how the power structure is actually conveying those people to the public through media. Because the Chinese people went through a lot of racism and spoofs, and they had their own version of Sambo and all that. And, the Chinese said, well, listen, if you're going to present us this way, we're not going to do business with you. So they had an economic ground and say, well, listen, with all of our people who can do the slave labor that would make your products, that would actually bolster your bottom line, that comes with a price. You must present us as smart people. Not to say they're just they're smarter than blacks and others. They're not. When we go to the schools, the same schools that they go to, folks, we outpace them given the opportunity. If you put a black man and a Chinese man, a young boy, in the same class, we'll outpace him. Okay, every time. But I digress. We have accepted them as the intellects who was able to leapfrog us here in America because the media told us to. The same way, Elder Lawyer, to show you the power of media, brothers and sisters. At one time, our people in the ghettos, elders, thought that every Chinese person knew martial arts. Because that's how, right?
Right.
Because that's how the media was portraying them. So they have the power to stop portraying us negative, is the point. They have the power if they wanted to. Not to present.
Exactly.
Right?
And that's the point. That's the point.
They have the power not to present us as gangbangers and killers. They don't have to promote that at all. They can change our image if they wanted to overnight by not giving our subculture any play and only highlight the positives within our culture. They could if they wanted to. And to prove that is what you show with the Chinese. When the Chinese unified together begin to fight back for their image. When they begin to fight back, man, this is great, for their image, you know what? In order to use the Chinese people for their own interests, politically, America and the Western world had to comply. Great points. All right, so let's go on. Y'all can stay on. Let's open up the lines here real quick. Y'all can answer the calls with me. Hold tight, and I'm going to bring y'all right back. Y'all don't have to hang up. A matter of fact, I'm going to call y'all right back, and we'll answer the calls together as elders. So hold tight, all right?
We'll do it.
All right. Thank you. And again, that's right, brothers and sisters. We're here. 515-605-9327. Let's take some calls. 515. Okay, let's see here. 605-9327. Let's take some calls. We have Elder Ramar on standby. Let's take some calls. $605. Let's do it.
Blog Talk Radio. Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
Okay, we're live.
Unmuted.
I'm going to call Elder Lawyer in. Right, as well as, let me call Elder Gabar in. Hold on. Gabar Yasha Allah. You with me back? You're back with me, right, Elder Lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. We have both him and Elder Gabar on the line. I did it right this time. Y'all can pop in y'all videos at any time. No problem. If you would like. And at the same time, they'll be able to hear us. That's right. They'll be able to hear us online. So if you have any questions for the elders in particular, we're here. Any questions, the Bible or on topic, we're going to open it up. Let's open it up for tonight. I like to do this right before the academy anyway to have open discussion. But let's try to keep it as close to topic as possible. 340 area code Sunshine. We're going to let you in first because I know you had something to say the last time. Sunshine.
Hello?
All right.
Shalom. Hi.
Shimon, let's do it.
Hi, elders. Hi.
Yeah.
Hello. Oh, yes, elders. Oh, yes. We can see the big shift clearly. This is a constant aim of the nations to send in the Delilahs to cut the strength of our men and our leaders and replace the helpmeet with a witch. And now it is like to such a fever pitch that the witches who once lived and hid in cracks and dark spaces now appear transformed before our eyes as the so-called Egyptian goddesses. Hollywood dainties or elevated, high-touted temptresses of the night that our children are now, encouraged to esteem as a so-called my truth. And it is insanity, the acceptance of a delusion of my truth so far-reaching and deep-seeking into our communities and families and even ourselves. That is like in complete opposition to the laws of the Most High and the doctrine of Christ. The doctrine of Christ is the truth, and that is insane. And because the majority chooses to believe a lie because they love not the truth, tapping into the reprobate mind that does not want to change seems futile for a common man. So the sins we have taken on as our personal treasures have now transformed into like something permanent in our identity. And so our women, they perpetuate in the curses of Isaiah 3, like you were mentioning, in haughtiness with outstretched prideful neck. And our men are supported by their would-be helpmeets because the women have now gone astray and are seduced by false promises of power and reduced in the end to the slave wench, and in between the cracks have fallen the menstruous monsters who have learned to accept reproach as a badge of honor to hurt others, and they too, our children, are repeatedly in position to hurt others themselves. So this is hence, like you were saying, the real-life zombie apocalypse. It's born and it festers within our communities, and with no male protectors, we are out of order, and the trickle-down is the dumbing down in education, like you were saying, the dumbing down in with medical invasions of the bodies, and dumbing down due to the woman's reliance on her own emotionalism instead of her leaning on her man's leadership and reasoning, and weakening of the family structure with nonsensical labels of accusation on like such things as toxic masculinity to encourage male transformation from what his purpose is according to the Most High and to what we see now as accepted political correctness as this soft, malleable, effeminate, and who pretends because that's not who he's supposed to be. But as zombies, we go along to get along, rolling over as dumb dog would, and let whoever wants to scratch our bellies or grease our palms do as thou wilt. So yet, like you said, Elder, we know that the obvious but gradual shift from smart to lower intelligence is a sign of this time. It signals the fever of desperation and fear permeating the earth with the hard push towards mockery of what is the truth and attempted replacement of the truth according to the word with religious or political theologies. But we can hear the clock ticking down on Satan and the fallen fast and loud, and all the world seeing the remnant Israelite men who, like you were saying, were the dead walking, now Ophir rising, while the wicked's time is just disappearing, is a stronger indicator that the zombie apocalypse cannot consume the righteous and or consume Israel utterly, and it's all by grace of the Most High. And that's all I wanted to say, Elder. Praise the Most High.
There you go.
Praise the Most High, Elder.
Sunshine,
praise the Most High. Bless you.
Bless you.
Yes.
Bless you. And there goes Sunshine. And we're going to take a few more calls. Now, before I do that, let me mention the fact that, again, for those who came in, the first week of the Hebrew and Bible Academy starts October 31st, this Sunday. Come in. Send an email. Matter of fact, go to historytimes.org to enroll. So that I'm putting it out there because I hate dealing with this thing last moment. Well, I have my books in one hand, my bag, driving, and I have my phone on the dashboard, and people are calling the last minute asking could they get in. Up until the time I'm actually on the news with Shapat. So please, if you're going to do it, get in early. Now, another thing I wanted to say, speaking of the stupor as well as the zombie zone, let me show this for y'all real quick. Let me show this out here real quick. Now, mainstream media is willing to talk against the doctor who was trusted through the whole pandemic. Now, The Hill, which is a mainstream media, 1.35 million subscribers. Now they can say what channels would have been fired for saying or canceled for saying just a few months ago. Now, why are they allowed to say this now? Why are they able to go against them now? Because the narrative is changing now that people are waking up. And they usually burn those that no longer hold the support of the people. But here's the problem with this. Now they're going to come out and say all that this guy did wrong from the beginning and blame everything on him. He's 80-something years old, so he's going to retire anyway and go into nowhere. You'll never hear about him again. But at the end of the day, what we will hear, brothers and sisters, is once people start saying, well, I thought that's what they were saying, and they're coming down with all types of issues or whatever the case is. Well, I thought I was going to lose my job. I thought this, I thought that. And now you're going to tell me this? They're going to be like, well, it's not our fault. Right? But something is going on with me. Well, that's not our fault. Okay? We know more now than we knew back then. There was so many messages and so much during the pandemic that we didn't know what to know what was truth. So you have to live with your decision that's in you. So they're already reeling this thing back, brothers and sisters, so that now they got a scapegoat when people start realizing what's really in them. And let me tell you, hold up. That's not me saying this. I don't have nothing to say about it. This is mainstream news. The Hill. And what they're saying is there's flip-flopping and lies and all this when it comes to this guy. Mainstream media is saying it right now. Not me. I don't know. But they're saying it. So obviously they're pivoting because now that they got the population, a number of population that they wanted to believe all of that, now they're saying, well, you know what? It probably wasn't true, but live with your choices. It wasn't our fault. That's where it's going. When you see this happening, know that now, if anyone have any recourse or any issue, they're going to blame the fall guy. That's how it works. That's how it works. Anything you have to say on that, Elder?
Well, Elder, just to land back on The Hill, because I'm a big fan of The Hill. And there's a few other sources. I think Project Veritas, I think they're pretty good. And when you look at the mainstream media, or what I like to call the corporate media now, which is like CNN, Fox, and CNBC, and they right now are being typecast not as mainstream media. Now people are calling them corporate media.
Yeah.
And what's happening is that they are no longer mainstream. Believe it or not, what's becoming mainstream, right? Because what is considered mainstream is what the majority of the people watches.
Okay.
And if you use that as clearly as the defining definition of mainstream media, guess what, Elder? We are now become the mainstream media. Social media is now the mainstream media. People don't go watch television the way they used to anymore.
True.
So what's happening is that CNN, Fox, CNBC, they are old dinosaurs. They're trying to hold on to something that's dead already. People don't watch the mainstream anymore.
That's interesting.
The hill and the background around them is that they have been through several lawsuits, them and Project Veritas, because they are a news source against YouTube. And this is the reason why YouTube is very, very hesitant to let. That's why they can only attack the weak and the afraid or what have you. But if you have a good legal team, okay, you could get back your stuff and things of that nature, and have your stuff not touched. But you just need resources to do that, right? So what's happening is that, and I saw earlier you showed the Dr. Gupta on the Joe Rogan, and I recommend anybody to see that interview. It's about 3 hours long. Joe Rogan destroyed that doctor. I mean, he is a comedian who is a MMA announcer, comedian, podcast creator, is literally taking a doctor to school. And not because Joe Rogan is so smart and Gupta is so stupid, is that it's easier to prove a fact than to prove a lie. And the bottom line is this, that it's been shown, we have data, the natural immunity is stronger than the virus, than the actual getting the virus, the vaccine or the jab.
Yeah.
It's been proven time and time again, and they're trying to stop that.
Yeah.
That going out in the ether, but it's too late because mainstream media is now corporate media. Yeah. And mainstream media is now social media. Yeah. And we are winning that fight. And they don't like it.
Praise the Most High. And there, a lot of people don't know that the whole idea of vaccines in particular, the original science, comes from what the body does naturally. A lot of people don't know that. Right. The natural science, because some people don't have a strong immune system than others. The natural science of a vaccine was to give those who didn't have that natural system to be able to develop what? An immunity against a disease that probably would have harmed the person with a weak immunity. So they came up with the science based on what those with strong genetics were able to develop naturally. If you're stronger, you have a strong immune system, and you'll come up, a disease hit you. Some people will die, but that person with a strong immune system or had the disease and built an immunity against it because it had the disease will live through the plague. This has happened through many plagues. So they came up with the vaccine to mimic what they seen in the strong people who were able to withstand plagues. They started doing the science and saying, well, how did a whole village die? But these 5 people were able to live through it. They had the disease already. And when it came, it wasn't virulent enough to attack them or to kill them. It made them sick. But it wasn't that virulent because their body already developed an immunity against it. So the original science, believe it or not, was good science. It was actually mimicking what the body does naturally. Right. But what we're saying is our people don't even know, they're not even being told that if they get a disease, their body have already developed an immunity for it. We're not being told that. We're being told there's something else we must do. When your body said, well, okay, I understand this disease now. If I see it again, you won't have that many symptoms because now every sickness, how many times you get a bad cold, folks? And that thing almost knocked you out and you were down for days. I remember colds like that. But then the next time you find yourself coming down with something, you were able to give yourself herbs and teas recognizing the same symptoms, but you would overcome it within 24 hours. You would say, I'm coming down with something, but your body would overcome it. Well, it's because your body read the last one that was bad and made an immunity as a defense so that if it see the same disease again, it wouldn't harm you as much. You would have less symptoms.
Yeah, it'll recognize it.
Yeah, so I'm not going to say that the science or whatever the case is. What I'm saying is the original science came from them studying immunity. The body develops immunity, a natural immunity, once it faces something, which means if you did have the virus and you overcame it, your body already has a natural immunity. Now, I don't have that. That's just regular science 101. And I believe that they should tell the people that. The Amish was able to tell the people that, right? So I wanted to say that real quick. One other thing I wanted to pull out real quick, Elder. Hold on 1 second. 1 second here. I wanted to show this real quick. Because I just got these in and I want everyone to see them real quick. Hold on. I just got these in. Thank you, James, for everything you do. Let's see. Brother James told me to make sure I tell the people that what they were waiting for is actually here. It's here, brothers and sisters. Let's get it real quick. And then I know you have something to say. I'm going to let you get the last word before I go back to the calls. Hold on. Real quick, copy that. All right. Real quick. Okay, brothers and sisters. Someone just told me, James just told me, that the decals for the Gathering of Christ Church, the computer decals, just came in. So if you want to represent the church, okay, if you want to represent the church, you can do so now. And let me show you how to do so. All right. You can stick these on your computer wherever you are and represent. Right?
I gotta get one of those of them.
Oh yeah, well we have some at the church. We can do I Am Fit. We can do a lot of things. We can have it right on your computer. We already have them made.
Where can people get that, Elder? Is it a website or a call? How can people get that?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up the website right now. Okay, the website. Let me show people the website. If you want to order your decals for your computers, whether it be 15 inches or 17 inches, 13 inches, it doesn't matter. Just order them. Here's the site you can order your GOCC decals. And I'll make sure we're going to send out some complimentary ones to the elders who are over churches in different areas. And here's the site. You go right here and you can order it right online. Okay, the decals for your computer is only $15. Put it there. And as you can see, just like here, just like my computer that I have at the academy, right? You'll be able to have them for your computer, represent the church wherever you are, okay? So I was just told that the information came in for those people been asking me for a long time, how can they get these decals? So for their computers. And now you can have exactly that, all right? All right, real quick, Elder Gabar, before I go back to the call, you were saying something. I apologize. All right, you were saying something.
Just real quick, and I wanted to just clarify certain things to show you that these things are actually medical terms, right? These words, they usually comes from before they become popularized in the ether, in the regular communication. It first started from a physician perspective, right? So I'm in the Webster Dictionary, right? It says idiot, imbecile, and moron were not so long ago used as psychological classification system, and each one was assigned to a fairly specific range of abilities. An idiot, those so defective that the mental development never exceed that of a normal 2-year-old boy. Imbecile, those who develop is higher than that of an idiot, but those whose intelligence does not exceed that of a normal child of about 7 years old.
Okay.
Morons, those who mental development is above that of a imbecile, but does not exceed that of the normal child intelligence about 12 years old. This is from Dr. Egmont Burke on his paperwork, Feeble-Minded Children, 1912. Right, this is from the Webster Dictionary, right?
Okay.
So when you look at these things, these are terms that the powers, the elite, the medical people are looking at people and classifying people, right? And we think these are words that just come organically in our vocabulary. And I think a lot of these words does a psychological thing on people's minds, because it's like this. There's ones on intelligence. You could have someone who is extremely smart at this, but not naive on that, right? Yeah. And going back to the culture, right? If you grew up in a culture that was teaching you a certain method, whatever it is, like whether it be your father, your grandfather was a race car driver, you know everything about cars and things of that nature.
Yeah.
You're going to take a guy from Japan or China who has an IQ of a whatever, and if he doesn't study cars, he's not going to know the ins and outs of cars and motors and so forth, so on. So a lot of it's just data.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's just data. And also having the child develop critical thinking very early on. Because mostly of the schools, when they were designed and put together, they were designed to produce factory workers. This is fact. This is part of history, that they were looking to create workers. That's why they had in early America in schools stuff like mechanic and cooking and carpentry and trades and so forth, so on, which were good, and they took them away now and so forth, so on. But they were not training you to start a business. No. They were not training you to think on your own and figure out things on your own, so forth, so on. So even the educated for misconception was not to take the mind and elevate the mind to the next level. Exactly. It's to keep it to a certain level of intelligence. Yeah. So I just want to hear with that.
Yeah. It's deep that it's deep that you're showing tiers there, because these are tiers in which the elite can control. Okay, if they can pigeonhole you into one of those tiers, but they're at the pinnacle of all of them. And this is what I need brothers and sisters to understand, that there's a certain level of wisdom. And that's what they're taking away. There's a certain level of wisdom that can only come from the Almighty. You can't learn the wisdom of how to deal in this world through menial education or the world's education. Mm-hmm. You can only master one thing. And then when you master that, you have to ask, is it transferable into society? Mm-hmm. If you have a master and can't get a job from that, you've been duped. And I want to put it there. You've been duped into debt. And eventually, someone is going to come to collect. Now, why am I putting that out there like that? This is why I wanted to deal with the tiers that you were talking about. Folks, Bill Gates is a college dropout. He don't have a master's in anything. Mm-hmm. And right now, he's the face. He was one of the faces driving this whole thing where people with many credentials had to follow. Mm-hmm. Steve Jobs. Okay, let's give you another one. Don King. Don King, 6th grade dropout. Let me tell you, I'll take a person with street smarts and teach them this Bible over someone who learned really in school how to pass tests any day. Because what they're learning is how to pass tests. That doesn't transfer into the real world.
Yeah.
That doesn't transfer into the real world. Now, there are trades that they usually really target and give to Chinese and Asians and all that. That's transferable because it's science. It's mathematics. It's the same that we've always had from the beginning to excel. Reading and mathematics. Mm-hmm. Even when it comes to coding and all those things, folks, that's mathematics. Mm-hmm. So the whole deal is what normally transferred into successful, educated people is the same as it was from the beginning. to learn how to read, to diversify yourself, to raise your IQ through travel and interacting with people, as well as understanding mathematics. If you understand those things, guess what? College, let me tell you, someone sat back and said, you know what? It wasn't intended. But this is one of the biggest con jobs that have been known to the Western world. How can we put a people in debt before they made 1 red cent in the real world? You come out looking for a job in debt.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? That was
so
one
then
of the,
you compromise already from day one.
Yeah.
You compromise.
Yeah. So it has to be transferable. It doesn't make any sense. I don't see how. You have to realize the people who really are successful on serious levels before they started this con job they called college were people who understood how to read, mathematics, and understood people, and had the wisdom to navigate throughout different societies, whether it be amongst those of higher education or the laymen. The original salespeople, they became salespeople because they could sell to any demographic. It takes a certain intelligence for that you cannot learn in school. All right. I just want to put that out there. And listen, and I'm not one to actually look down on education or school. What I'm saying is a degree means nothing if it isn't transferable. So we can't get a master or some type of degree just to say we have it. What are we getting it for if it doesn't transfer into the real world and it doesn't give you what? It doesn't free you from debt. I wanted to put that out there. Okay, so let's answer some more calls. Johnny 225.
Shalom, Elder.
How are you doing, Johnny?
I'm doing well. I wanted to say, well, actually, I wanted to curtail off of what you said about the degrees. Not only do they put you in debt before you make a dime,
yeah,
they have all these credit card companies set up in the student union that are offering you student credit cards that they know you can't pay because you don't have a job. But I'm just adding to that. But I wanted to say, yes, yes to your question about are we zombies? And it kind of, I didn't know you were going to talk about the, college and degrees, but I wanted to say, like, as a woman, a black woman, we were dumbed down to replace our men with degrees and, best friends. And so a lot of us, chose the route of getting an education. And, I have friends now that are up in age, 40, 45 years old, and, they still don't have a man. But they educated, they have a nice house and they have, student loans. And just somewhere down the line, and I would, say this to the women, somewhere down the line, the women, in particular the black women, we wanted to wear the pants in the relationship.
You're gonna get in trouble
and I
tonight,
think we
girl.
gotta. Yeah, I'm gonna get in trouble, but I'm gonna say it because it needs to be said.
Okay.
But somewhere, and I have 3 sons, and I always tell my sons, be the man of their house.
Okay.
But somewhere down the line, we wanted to wear the pants. You don't hear no other race talking about I'm a strong fill-in-the-blank woman. It's just us, and we don't know how to humble ourselves. And so I'm just going to, make some women mad, but I'll say this. If a man can't be a man, what can he be? And if you wear the pants, then I guess you need to go ahead and buy your man a skirt. That's the world that we living in today.
Hey, sister, that's deep in of itself, because I believe that was one of the serious con games to eventually move and separate us in a time in which we would need each other the most. And I'm just hoping that, and we can see what the Khan game was now. It was to move men out of an authoritative, protective position. Okay. And because, I mean, let me tell you, Malcolm X and Martin scared the Hades out of this society, out of the powers that be. No way they could progress this system the way they wanted with black people represented by a patriarchy. Impossible. When they seen women in order, women in all white with their head covers in the Nation of Islam, and strong black men, not looking like thugs with their pants down, but with suits on and bow ties, and was really operating like well-dressed, educated men. All right. There was a certain image there that frightened them. Because suppose that transferred into the corporate world where they couldn't use our women. Okay. Suppose suppose we were in position and we were using our women, and there wouldn't be no such thing as job wives, where they'll take all of the mental resources of our women to bolster their corporation. Suppose that was for us. That's what they feared. They feared that. They would take all of the femininity and the cooperation that we were longing for, and they would just use that in the corporate world to satisfy them. And by the time our women get home, they done exhausted themselves in femininity and being cooperative, right? They've been doing that all day.
Right.
And we're getting the leftovers. But no one ever seen it like that. So then eventually the men started taking on the role. Men started taking on the role instead of pushing back and saying, well, no, it's time for me to do what? Compete and not be pushed over and not competing with our woman. It's time for us to compete against the white man. It's time for us to compete against these other nations, not against our woman. So the mistake we made was staying docile and allowing that to happen without what? Without resistance. We sat back because we thought things were going to change. The example of that guy sitting in the tree with the saw, he's sitting there with no saw, ready to fall. So we just can't blame that on women, because why? The examples of what a powerful black man is or was clearly shown during the civil rights movement, right? So I'm glad you brought that out, though. And another thing I wanted to say when it comes to debt, there was a paper that was put out what the plans are in Canada in 2019 concerning debt, and someone sent it to me. That eventually there was something in Canada. There's some white papers I'm going to go into where they'll use the debt, sister and Elder Gabari. Check this out. They'll use the debt to forgive the debt as long as you're willing to comply next with what? They'll forgive all the property and all that, and you'll live in the house, and they'll forgive all the debt if you're willing to comply to a social standing as well as a social stipend. So they're going to transfer it into after the goods and services and all that are slowed up to, well, you may get kicked out, but don't worry about it. The banks are willing to forgive your debt if you're willing to comply to the social standards of a monthly stipend, and as long as you're following the protocols in place. And obviously we see what those protocols are. If we're willing to turn over our property back to the state, they're going to give us options like that. They're going to put the earth in debt and say, we'll forgive your debt, but you have to have a good social credit or social standing. So you have to turn over your property and we'll forgive all your debt. So there's a plan with all this debt is what I'm saying. There's a plan with it. So all these people that got degrees and think they got houses, well, what happens when things shut down and there's no jobs for you to pay the mortgage? See, that was the plan. Right. So all that I'm a boss, I got mine, I'm bringing this to the table. If they didn't show anything through this thing, they can shut down a thriving business where that business would have to sell within 6 months if they wanted to. All they got to do is wait you out. And the banks have enough money to wait anyone out. They'll just make it where you can't go to work. While your debt accrues, you can't pay your mortgage now. On top of that, you still have your college debt that without a job, you cannot pay. That was the plan, to have you out there by yourself with really no options. The option is to get down or lay down. That was the plan. It wasn't to embolden you and make it where you can have a lifestyle and live the American dream. It was to put you in debt for everything we're seeing right now. Out there by yourself with no protection. That was the plan. And now, the same way people are just complying, what happens when they come, sister, and say, well, listen, we know you're not working. We know your unemployment done ran out. We know that you own the house and can't pay the mortgage. There's no forgiveness anymore. We'll forgive all your debt. Sign everything over to us. You can stay there indefinitely with no debt at all. And we'll give you a monthly stipend. But here's the rules. How many of our people are going to take them up on that deal? Whoa. And I'm going to be going into that this Sunday, folks. How many of our people are going to take them? That's what they're going to do. They're going to make them an offer that they can't refuse. And you see how he was with the stimulus checks. Man, we jumped. Mm-hmm. There was people who didn't know what business was with POP checks. Okay, straight out. So you know when they offer this, that's going to be a form. Our people are going to think it's reparations, not realizing what you just sold yourself over to. Where now the government own all your property and you'll never be able to buy an asset ever again. And under your, I'm going to show that there's papers on this. This is the reason why they giving out degrees like nothing. They just want you in college. Mm-hmm. Because they need the debt. They need you under debt so that they can give you an offer that you can't refuse. I'm going to be talking about this. They're going to have their POP loans and all these different loans. And I'll tell you this. Yeah, the PPP loans, excuse me. Mm-hmm. The PPP loans, they had PPP loans. Excuse me. I said POP. PPP loans with people who don't even know what a business is. Mm-hmm. But anyway.
And Elder.
Yeah.
The college loans are the only loans that you cannot claim bankruptcy for. And it's by design.
Yeah.
You could get a loan, any credit cards, anything, because all of it is loan, right?
Yeah.
College is the only one you cannot file for bankruptcy for.
Look at
I wonder why that is, right?
Yeah, because you can file bankruptcy and have your debt forgiven for everything except a college loan.
A college loan.
Whoa, that was the plan.
It's designed to keep us enslaved.
Yeah. And like this, and sister have to realize there's no other people out there that are trading in their men for a degree. That's not smart at all. But listen, right. All right, let's go to the next call. Thank you, sister. Great remarks you had there. Marquise, 585 area code. Marquise. Hello? Marquise. Marquise, you have a comment? No?
Hello, you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Where you from, Marquise?
Yes, I wanted to make a point on what you said about the Jewish rabbi talking about the zombies.
Yes, come on.
I thought it was pretty profound because lately I've been hearing a lot of news just about stuff that's been going on in the world, and I know that a lot of things been happening with the trans community and the David Chappelle thing.
Okay.
But I feel like that's one component of it. Like, you see, the sisters used to wear makeup a lot of times, and now we just overran with these people out here, disguising eyelashes, hair, and all that jazz, and it's a normal thing now. Like, and it mixes amongst our population. So I feel like that's part of the component of what's comprised out here. and as well as there's been 2 articles I want to say real quick. There's 2 articles that came out about these kids in the school in Kentucky on the east side, and they're students, and they dressed up as trans, and they actually gave lap dance to the staff of the school. I don't know if you heard about that.
Listen. It's too early for Sodom Watch. I only deal with that once a week in the academy, and that's too much for me. We get one Sodom Watch, probably about 5-minute Sodom Watch about every academy, and that's too much for me within a week's time. It's time for our people to begin to dive into alternative ways of legal ways, but alternative ways of raising our children and teaching our children outside of this satanic system. But go on. What's your last article?
And the last one was in Philadelphia, actually, where you guys are close by. It was a train situation with a sister, and she was sexually assaulted on the 8 track. But the deep thing is about the 2 stories, what correlates is the people did nothing. Like the people that had been addressed, even the principal at the school, the witnesses said they can't place it in anything because the parents didn't fight back. There was no pushback. So I feel like with this whole vaccine thing, it's kind of made people more so docile, and they're more terrified and afraid to do anything, but they're more able to be partakers in society in the wickedness, just watching it go on. So that's just what I've been kind of looking at and kind of feeding off of and seeing what's actually happening in the world today.
Okay, thank you, brother. Good points here. One second here. Thank you. I'm going to go to the next call here. Great points. And I got a few things I want to pull out on what you just said. So just hold tight. I'm going to bring it out in a second. Let's get Elizabeth on the line. Elizabeth from the 910 area code.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom. How are you doing, Elizabeth? Where you from?
I'm Spotted Best, and his name is Ahaya.
All right.
I just wanted to give you an update on my sister-in-law that I told you took the juice.
Okay.
She's experiencing headaches. Her eyesight is going in and out.
Yeah.
They told her the other day that she caught it again. She caught the Dovit again.
Okay.
And she said that she had tried everything, all the medications and stuff they told her to use, but she ended up taking something natural and it helped her out. And I'm like, and so you went through all of that and you're telling me I should do it? I don't think so. And about the zombie question, the neighborhood that I live in,
okay,
everybody is walking around like they're in some kind of daze. And I'm like, they talking slow, they're moving slow, and it's like it's hard for them to string 2 sentences together. And I was like, wow, this is insane. And I grew up during a time where the husband or the boyfriend or the significant other couldn't be in the house with the wife and the children. Now, my mother taught me that even though that was the case, the man is the head of the household. My father didn't leave and go move across town. He just lived downstairs. And when I met my husband, he told me straight up, either you're going to be, let me be a man, or we cannot be in this relationship. And I was like, fine with me, because I'm not trying to have a dual role in this whole thing. And I understood that early on, even before we came into the knowledge. I understood that.
Praise the Most High. And you know what? That's good you're saying that, because
I'm looking forward to.
Okay, I'm glad you're mentioning that, because there's a negative picture that's being painted on every side, as if all of our women were on board with trashing and destroying our men and choosing the system over our men. There was a lot of women who said, well, no. Who said, no, I'm not going to do that. I've known women who've gotten off of welfare and say, you know what, let's struggle together. If it means I have to turn in my man, then I'll give up welfare. I know a lot of that isn't publicized. The women who actually walked away from public assistance and chose a man and say, we'll build together before I allow the government to turn on my man. There's not enough women with those types of testimonies, but they're out there. But go on.
And it's strange how everybody is accepting this narrative. You know, as soon as they tell them, oh, well, unless you do A, B, and C, you're not going to be able to travel. You're not going to be able to this, that, and the third.
Yeah.
And even if we don't do it, we still not going to be able to travel after a while.
See, but
so what's the difference? And then we had Roger Stone come on TV and tell everybody, well, you know, you've been lied to and blah, 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 and you wouldn't willingly put this in your bodies, and there's nothing that you can do about it.
Well, thank you, sister. Yeah, you're right. So I'm going to see you in the academy this Sunday. I know. I'm going to place you on hold. I'll see you in the academy, okay?
Okay.
All right, bless you. Elizabeth always come with good understanding. And I want to show something real quick. All right? I want to show something real quick, because I don't think a lot of this has been getting the fanfare and the attention that's needed. Everyone is focusing on Dave Chappelle and all that. And guess what? That was a great, and it's comedy, it's jokes, but that was a great broadcast. That was a great show he did, because he brought common sense to a world with no sense. All right. Mm-hmm. So whoever didn't see it, I don't agree with everything in it, but he really put it back on them and say, well, listen, I'll take my foot off of your people's neck when you take your foot off of ours. And that's the point. You can't push something on our people and assail us and demean us and expect us to take it. And when there's lashback, cry foul. It doesn't work that way. All right. So I'm glad he opened up some of those discussions. Why? I'm digressing. There's a lieutenant general by the name of Mark Robinson that I think everyone needs to understand, that's out there, who's standing up and saying, you know what? I didn't get my constituency are my people. And not only that, this guy did it from a pulpit too. This guy is a Bible believing man. The lieutenant governor of North Carolina by the name of Mark Robinson. Now they're suppressing this. And it's deep, Elder Gabar, that you stated that really online is the mainstream media. Mm-hmm. And when you look at stuff like this, let me put it up here. When you look at stuff like this, let me see if I have it here, right here. This only have received 551 views. And the local media, when you look at the local media in North Carolina, you see local media with 200 views, 300 views. And I believe this should be talked about more so than Dave Chappelle. Mm-hmm. Here's a lieutenant governor, a black man standing for what's right. He's saying, well, listen, I didn't get a government position to allow people to push pedophilia in grade school, in kindergarten. He says this ain't right. I'm gonna let you hear his own words. A brother by the name of Governor Mark Robinson. So all the politicians aren't bad. Listen. Fair use.
For several days now, I have been viciously attacked because of a clip video where I talk about removing the sexualization of children from the classrooms in our public education system. Of course, the media and those on the left have tried to change the focus from education to the LGBTQ community, specifically that I hate them. Let me be clear. I will fight for and protect the rights of all citizens, including those in the LGBTQ community, to express themselves however they want. That is their right as Americans, and I don't think that government has any role in telling them otherwise. However, the idea that our children should be taught about concepts of transgenderism and be exposed to sexually explicit materials in the classroom is abhorrent. Earlier in the year, my office released a report about indoctrination in public schools. In it, there was reference to a book titled George that a parent found in their child's school. The book is recommended for elementary school students. The main character is a biological boy in elementary school who wants to remove his genitals so he can become a girl. This book is not the only example. In Lawn Boy, there is sexually explicit content, including an animal performing sexual favors on a human. Unfortunately, there's more. The images you are about to see are from a book that is currently in North Carolina schools. It's called Gender Queer. I want to warn you that the pictures you are about to see are explicit. I hate to put these in a video, but I feel it's necessary to show you exactly what I'm referring to. Now, as you look at these photos, I challenge you to describe them as anything other than filth. These materials in our public education.
Oh, look at this.
Let me be clear.
Hold on.
To express themselves however they want.
Hold on. Let me show it to y'all. Hold on. I'm sorry about that. I need to get it.
I feel it's necessary to show you exactly what I'm referring to. Now, as you look at these.
Now, what's going on in this, they modified it, folks. What's going on here is a young man, and fellatio is going on between him and another man on this picture, but they have actually doctored the images.
These photos, I challenge you to describe them as.
I can't wait to put it on you. It will fit my favorite. Look at what this say. Look at this word right here. How can you teach this to grade school children?
Anything other than filth.
This is a young man being surprised with a small little tank top on, getting fellatio by another man. A grade school book has this.
These materials do not belong in public schools. For those who are calling on me to resign.
Listen, look at this. Hip thrusting. You want your children learning this? They won't even teach. You're not even supposed to teach heterosexual activity to children. So let me let it play out.
Carolina schools. It's called Gender Queer. I want to warn you that the pictures you are about to see are explicit. I hate to put these in a video, but I feel it's necessary to show you exactly what I'm referring to. Now, as you look at these photos, I challenge you to describe them as anything other than filth. These materials do not belong in public schools. For those who are calling on me to resign, for those who are saying that I don't represent North Carolina values, let me ask you something. Does forcing these on children represent your values? Do you really believe that these images should be shown in the classroom? This whole thing has been an attempt to once again change the argument and silence voices on the right. Well, let me tell you plainly, right here and right now, I will not back down. I will not be silent, and I will not be bullied into submission.
That's right.
I will continue to fight for the rights of our children to receive an education that is free from sexual concepts that do not belong in the classroom.
That's
and
right.
I don't care who doesn't like it.
And he don't care who doesn't like it. Gone are the days of strong men like this. So there's a reason why, brothers and sisters, the media is suppressing stuff like this and are highlighting a comedy special. And I'm not going to downplay the comedy special. But this guy is an elected official who could actually do something in position concerning the education for our children.
Right.
Right? He's in a position. This is why they don't want that out there. They just try to have him go away and try to have him resign through political pressure behind closed doors. They just trying to make him go away. And I say that everyone out there need to share this video, look up, watch now, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. That it doesn't matter your persuasion, it doesn't matter your color. Everyone need to support this man. He's out there fighting for our children to have a pure and innocent education. Everyone need to stand behind Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, folks. Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson of North Carolina, because they're trying to suppress this. I don't know if you've seen that already, Elder Lawyer, but yeah. All right, let's go down the line here. I had a few more calls. Ain't that deep? Hey, but you know what? It's good to see brothers are standing up, right? You got Kyrie Irving. We're to support Kyrie Irving. That they're not supposed to take away his livelihood and his childhood dream to play ball to help his family and our community and the communities that he came out of, only because he wants to do what he wants to do with his body outside of basketball. If you allow this to happen, folks, what's next? He did nothing wrong. He did nothing wrong. And it's time that we stand behind our brothers who are standing for us. Kyrie Irving, we're going to stand behind him because he did nothing wrong. He's not a criminal. And we must stand against allowing them to demonize our brothers. We need to stand up against this, man. He did nothing wrong. You're going to try to call him weird and all this. Listen, what did that have to do with anything? He's not getting paid for nothing other than bouncing a basketball and putting it in the hoop. Now you're going to go into whether or not he believes in flat earth or this, that, and no, you're just trying to demonize him, but you're not doing this to the white people who are refusing it. And guess what? This thing goes beyond color lines. Every color of people need to support Kyrie Irving, because they usually test what they're going to do to society out on us first. Cora has a comment. She's been waiting a long time. I'll bring you in, Cora, now. I'm only going to take a few more calls, and then we'll wish you all Godspeed. And I hope to see you all in the Hebrew and Bible Academy. We hope to see you there now. All right, talk to us, Cora.
Shalom, elders. I can't wait for this academy. I've already reserved my seat. I just can't wait for Sunday. Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait either. I'm ready.
Yeah, and I know you guys only took 1 week off. I say you normally usually take 2 weeks off between academies, but you only took 1 week off, and I get to commend you for that, because I used to teach. I was a teacher, and believe me, I did enjoy my summer vacations and the other holidays and everything. Yeah. But you all are only vacationing for 1 week.
That's right. That's
commendable. But I had one question. I know on a previous video, I don't know whether it was on Patreon or one of the blog talk shows or not. I remember Elder Lawyer mentioning a young woman who had gotten a letter from the church of exemption. Yeah. To not drink any juice. And my question is, was that a letter from the Gathering of Christ Church? And if so, I have two friends that need one. And if so, I was wondering, how can I get the letter?
Okay, that is a good question. It's called a religious exemption. And a lot of people don't even realize that those, that usually your religious beliefs are protected regardless of what's going on here. Usually what you can do is, what part, where are you from?
I'm in New York.
New York. Okay, that's fine. Just send an email to GOCCNYC@gmail.com, and Elder Gabar will actually direct those who need that. Okay, but but understand.
I talked to Elder Gabar 2 days ago.
Yeah, but it have to be sent. Listen to me clearly. I'm trying to answer it for you.
Okay.
It must be directed through a local elder in the area. Okay, this is not anything that we do from the headquarters itself. You speak to whoever the bishop or whoever in the area, and then those conversations are had. for members of the church to be able to receive this. It's not like it's a thing where because someone is up against something politically that they now can gain refuge in a church and say, I believe in this religion for the sake of keeping my job. Okay? It's not that way because why? You have to prove your beliefs. So if you say that, okay, so if people getting inundated with stuff from our church with our name on, and they looking at this and saying, well, okay, what do this church believe? And you have no idea. It's clear that you're trying to use this. Some people may use it for a sense of fraud, using our church to get over a political hurdle in their particular area. It's not that way. So we have to make sure the person is in line with the beliefs they're saying they need religious protections for. Right? So exactly. So that's on a local level. If we didn't do it this way, can you imagine how many emails would come in being inundated with all these people who really don't believe anything? They're just trying to keep their job.
Right. Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah. So it doesn't work that way. So it has to, not to say that we can't help them, but there's steps. Now, what they need to know is really even outside of that, what protections they have under the law. Okay. So if are you going to be inside the Patreon that's coming Friday?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Well, I'm going to bring in Shapat because he's going to come in with some news concerning, certain statutes that's actually out there for the CDC and all that for protections that you might not know exist. That can probably protect you and others under certain circumstances. So it's good to have all the information, even the things that they're not promoting through the news. When it comes to what tests you can take or whatever, he's going to go over some of that information from the CDC through Patreon this coming Friday. So just be there and we'll discuss that there. Okay.
Okay. And I'd just like to remind Elder Gabar to contact my friends whose numbers I text to him 2 days ago. Okay. And that's all.
Okay, Gabar, they put you on a hot seat. All right.
Yeah, so sister, just text me after the show so that I could write you down on my notes for the first thing to do in the morning, okay?
Yeah, just text him again, sister. Text him again because believe it, we're getting all these. We're getting a lot of. You're getting inundated right now, but we're here for you. Not to say that we're not going to help you, but we have to do things within reason. Okay. Let's see here. Robert has a question, and then we have 509. We see you waiting. We'll bring you right on right after Robert with a question. 773 area code. How you doing, Robert? How are you?
No, listen. I've been listening to you for about 6 months.
Praise the Most
High. I'm
High.
a first-time caller.
Great.
Pardon?
Great.
Okay.
I'm glad you're on board.
I want to say this because it may help somebody. When I first started listening to you, I understood maybe we could be there, but I didn't understand how all the other tribes could be. And Creator opened up a book to me in 14th century, and it said Americas before Columbus, and said the tribes that were here practiced many things like the Hebrews. They practiced circumcision, they had dietary restrictions, and they all only served one God. So I said, well, this is what the man do. He went into the continent and he named it Africa. He came over here and said, y'all Indians. We were never Indians.
That's true.
And then as you go on, they change it all the time. The dark Indians, they start saying, you're colored. And after that, you became a Negro. And that's why they did. And they keep it right to the day. They 4 more times. And now, officially, we are Black Americans.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you, brother, this is how they move the bar. They've always done this. Right? First of all, the starch racist Satanist by the name of Abraham Lincoln. And I'm going to go over his quotes this coming Friday also. He was a satanic worm. And I'm gonna go into how they used him to make people believe that he was for black people. He was just the Bill Clinton of their time, but he was a starch racist, And when you all see and hear some of the racist statements this demon made, we're going to talk about that. But that was one trick. Another thing was to put out there 40 acres and a mule. There was never any intent to give us, they never had an intent to give us anything. No. It was just lip service like it is today. So they'll tell us something only to cook up something else to distract us from our original request. And they'll come up with something different that really is in the interest of the controllers. Then they came up with sharecropping. They came up with that. Well, why don't you become a sharecropper? Then it was another con game to get us out of the 40 acres and a mule. And then the sharecropping thing was really a con game to get us out of what we really asked for. And then next thing you know, we went in debt and had to turn over the land to them anyway. And by the time we figure out that con job, and there was other times where we said, well, we're going to make our own market. Let's do our own market. Let's do our own Black Wall Street. We try to do that and say, well, listen, we're going to do something on our own with what we have. Yeah. Then they claim that some white woman was violated or disrespected by a black man. How many times are we going to use that? Right. And then next thing they burned the whole thing down over that garbage. And then another thing they did the $5 Indian, where at one time there was a clear distinction between what a North American Indian was and what a descendant of slaves were, because we began to connect with one another and trade with one another. So we understood what a North American Indian looked like. They looked like us, but there was some clear distinctions between the two. What they did was, so the government looked at that and say, you know what, that's a problem, because under the treaties, the North American Indians will receive certain land that will be worth billions down the line. So they came up with this con game called the $5 Indian, where anyone can come and look for some land. A white person with war paint on his face can say he's an Indian and get all this land that belongs to the North American Indians. And at the same time, they would throw Indians into the pools with regular black people. And through time, we couldn't tell each other apart. We all just took on the label Black Americans or African Americans. So now these people have lost the deeds to their forefathers' lands, the Cherokees, the Blackfoots, and all these people. My grandmother was North American Indian, and it's clear that she was a black woman. So they threw everyone into a pool, and at the end of the day, they're holding the bag. Brother, I'm glad that you went into that book, because it's one of the books we actually go into in the academy, because we have people fighting against the North American Indians being the tribes of Israel. And now the white journals have come out and say, well, guess what? They came out and say, well, guess what? That was a lie we told you. There is no connection between the Asian, Japanese, and the North American Indians. After they have taken all of the lands and used the Asian thing to separate the Indians, the North American Indians, from being Israelites, now that they have taken all the land and threw them in the pool with black people, now that they're going to tell the truth and now state, well, there's science that the Japanese-Indian connection was a lie. They just came out with journals to say there's no connection between Japanese people and Indian people. The Bering Strait myth was a lie the whole time. But get in the academy, you get that. But go on.
Elder, I've come to realize everything that they ever taught us was a lie.
Everything.
Because we were already here, and they came to, y'all Indians. And then they say, well, the darker ones you colored. And then you became Negro. But if everybody I know said their grandmother, great-grandmother was Indian. I said, that means it was you. But it goes back further, because from the pictures I seen, they had fringes.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, they had fringes. So it's like, come on. They just came and said, y'all Indians. But they never were Indians. And people don't understand that. My problem is that I'm coming to life, but most of the people that I know ain't willing to listen nothing. And I'm getting desperate to have somebody to talk and share with. I've been waiting for them to call me and let me know about the Chicago body, but I'm getting desperate.
Well, don't worry about it, brother. I have your number here. You will get a call before Friday. No, don't worry about it. Make sure you take his number down, Elder Ramar. Robert, you will get a call. welcome to the spiritual war of truth. All right? For truth.
Yeah. Oh, and I tried to find a Bible that said Ahia. They don't want that out. It's $260 or something like that.
Well, don't worry about it.
And it's the only one available.
Well, don't worry.
There is a Bible out.
Hold up. Let me tell you.
It's just a new trick.
No, listen to me. We will be presenting the Bible that we've been working on for a while with the true names in it. Hold tight. Hold tight.
Mm-hmm.
All right. All right.
Okay.
All right. I got to go, brother. I got to get the next call.
I know, but one more thing.
You got to hurry it up.
Okay, sir. All right, sir. Well, I signed up for the academy, and I'm signed up again. So.
Thank you, brother. I'll talk with you soon. All right? And welcome, and thank you for your participation. Okay. Great. All right. Like a lot of people initially fight against it because you have people out there talking about they're going to go against the 12 tribes chart. And it's like, listen, if that's a hill you want to die on, knock yourself out. Okay? You not have no debate here. Believe what you want. Okay? As long as you follow the law, statutes, and commandments, there's no problem with me on who you believe the Israelites are. Just treat all of us according to the Torah you claim to believe in. All right. Now, let's see. Deidre, 850 area code.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom. How are you? Where you from?
I'm from Florida, but I'm a part of the Atlanta body.
Okay. The floor is yours.
The comment I have is, I'm going to answer your question, was have they turned you into a zombie?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say 20 years ago, yes, I was of that zombified mindset. I was that person, that number 4 person that you showed in that test, using the saw to cut myself off from my fellow brothers, my black men, my Hebrew men. Yeah, because I was of that mindset. I can do bad by myself. I don't need them because of past hurts and stupid thoughts. But since then, because of the truth, I am de-zombified, and I understand how necessary our men are. I understand how necessary my sons need to understand their worth, their value as mighty men of valor. And so I wanted to state that. And then Elder Gabar brought out the articles that stated that culture is behind the acceleration of certain nations of people, and those who would leap into this mindset believing that, we need to gain form of positive culture, are forgetting that Ahia already gave us the key to a positive culture when he gave us the statutes and commandments.
Exactly.
If we would but return to those original instructions, not only would one nation excel, but all nations would. I wanted to state also, I read today that 2 judges, one in Cook County, Chicago, Cook County, and another one in Ohio, have tried to make taking the Jim Jones juice jab mandatory to keep custody of children and as a stipulation for probation. That because of the woman that's in Cook County and the man that's in Ohio refused to think like zombies and spoke out, the Cook County judge for the woman has removed the stipulation that she be zombified by the Jews, and so she can keep her child. And the judge in Ohio has decided who is now backpedaling against the proposed court mandation of being jabbed as a stipulation for this brother's probation. So those trusting in this system have definitely been zombified, willing to lay down the ability to think as a process of making sound decisions. And that's just all I wanted to say.
Well, sister, thank you, Deidre. And I'm glad you brought that out, because a lot of these things they're putting out there are fillers to see if will be any pushback. They'll say something was mandated. A mandate doesn't mean a law, folks.
Mm-hmm.
So they're preying on, they're banking on those people who are ignorant out there, who would think that it's a law. A mandate isn't a law. It's someone saying something. Well, I strongly suggest you do it, but really it cannot be enforced, but it's a mandate. And for those who follow it, hey, it's your life. But you should know whether or not it's a law and what are your protections under the law. You pay your taxes to be protected by. So, all right. So, but again, which one of the four you are in the tree? All right. Which one of the four you are? You understand?
Mm-mm-mm.
You know what I mean? Hey, I believe the people in the truth, they're in the tree, but they're on the branches up there looking down at the mess. Okay?
And Elder, do you think Elder, do you think the man that wasn't doing nothing, just looking in the sky, just letting things be, it's just a question. You know, if you want to categorize the different people, do you think a lot of that represents the Christian community today? I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, and see, they left it open so that it's open to how any individual can view it based on, you know, their perception or their view of the world.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say, yeah, the Christians today would be the guy on the tree without a saw, because they're just hoping on sheer faith that God comes in and cushion their fall or float them into a cloud. Mm-hmm. At least the others are proactive. The other one is saying, well, listen, I've had it with this life. If you're going to think the tree represents life in of itself, because if you fall, you die. This is the person who say, listen, I'm checking out. And he just starts sawing himself off. At least I'm not allowing you to do it. Like, there's so many metaphorical ways of viewing it. Right. Like, I would say the person who's sawing himself is other examples in society. We see these people who are smoking or doing something that's killing themselves. And then they know they're killing themselves. And they'll give you an example of something else that could have killed them quicker. Mm-hmm. At least I'm not doing this. You know,
or people that are doing things.
At least I'm not on crack.
It's fighting against the enemy, but they're fighting against themselves.
I smoke cigarettes. That's all I do. At least I'm not doing crack. You know, so these are they who's just with the saw themselves, and they come up with some crazy things. There's many things that's killing us. I just ate pork bacon. They'll tell you that. Oh, so you know that pork bacon is killing you. Well, you got to die of something. Mm-hmm. These are they that have the saw, because they would rather be their own demise than have someone else kill them. They would think, at least I did it. At least I died at my own hands. Okay. So that's a good point. So yeah, the Christians are the ones sitting there with a branch, hoping that everyone else have their best interests at heart. And it's the darn Satanists, that number 3, that's sitting there sawing their behinds right off the tree.
Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm.
All right, we only got 1 or 2 more calls. What a great program. I love to do these right before the academy. A lot of content, a lot of discussion, food for thought. And you know what? It's time to digress. Let me take the last call for this evening. Let's see. Jermaine has a comment. I'll take the last call, and then I will. Don't worry about it. I'll be taking calls Friday if we miss you, so don't worry about it. Brother Jermaine, 662 area code. You're live.
Shalom, Elder Barakathon, and all praise to the Most High. I've been riding with you guys since 2011. I lost my brother in 2011, and right before, like 2-3 weeks before I lost him, man, I came across you guys' website on Google and YouTube, and I've been rocking with you guys ever since. I got baptized in Detroit with Brother Dale.
Praise the Most High.
But I'm originally from Mississippi. Yes, sir. I was watching on YouTube, and I went on, the lady had made a post about what the president said, man, on the whitehouse.gov page when they did an interview with CNN. Yeah. And he's being interviewed.
Where you at?
Get into a lot of those details. Are you close? The president responds back, I think so. You know, look, I was a senator for 370 years. and he laughed about it. And
What did he say?
And I was relatively good at putting together deals. And all I could think about was when you guys taught us in the academy about those reptilians and whatnot, man. And although he said he was joking with it, it just like it stuck on my mind. I was like, man, this man.
Hey, brother, I'm sorry. That phone. We have to call in with our Patreon, brother. I hated to do that. I'm sorry, Jermaine, but the phone was breaking up every other word. And yes, I can't. There's no way we can have content to edify for the people with it breaking up. So I apologize that I had to actually drop you. Just call in. I want to hear the rest of your story. But I wanted to say this, and I'll have to correct that. Right? There was never a time that we said that there's reptilians running the White House. Okay? I want to make sure when people put words out there that they don't connect that with us. That's David Icke, who talks about reptilians. There are things running the White House outside of people, but we're going to define what that is according to the Bible. It does have a name. It can be clearly defined, the rulers of this world that are ruling in dark places. So let's make this clear. But since he had Biden, I thought that we would hear some wise words that led to everyone everywhere stating that, this is the best man for the job.
I saw that made me aware when I was in law school, proudly for Holloway, proudly for your dad, first African-American state senator in the state of Delaware.
Fair use.
Everything about. And by the way, I sit on the stand and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap. And I tell you what, the men, they're now all men, the guys I work with down here, and they're all guys at the time, they're all good men. Most of them made an awful lot of themselves. And Earl Larkin had a rough time. And some of you knew Earl. I came back as a public defender.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever...
Oh, we can't go there, but I just want to put it out there. Hey, when it comes down to it, when I look at those people on the tree, it doesn't matter who's representing you, right? It doesn't matter. But to the rest of the world, politically, what we're saying in a nutshell is that that's the best we have to offer. And maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe it is. I don't know. But hey, for the rest of the world looking in on the outside, what they're saying is, well, okay, obviously something's going on in America because that's the best they have to offer. And they fought tooth and nail to make sure that this would be their representative. So, and this is why I say my vote is for Christ. And I don't know about you, elders, but I'll stand with that vote. What about you? You know what I mean?
I gotta say it's like this, right? We all Hebrew Israelite, we awakened, but we grew up in this country. And one thing we always had, at least, that whoever they put in front of, the representation of this United States, at least was not the bare minimum. You never think you will have somebody like Donald Trump, right? Or Joe Biden.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, for whatever in your thought process of what Donald Trump was and is and all that, and so for so on. Clearly, 20, 30, 40 years ago, somebody like him would never have had a chance, right? And so for so on, right? Just for the mere image of the country, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay, we could find another business smart guy, right?
Yeah.
And here we are. We have a guy now, this president, that is clearly senile.
Well, listen,
It's clearly a decline, and he's the best we could find.
Well, listen. Personally, as far as I'm concerned, I'm gonna say it right now. Everyone is entitled to their opinion, But what I would say is, I respect anyone that's in the office that is a powerful office, and I respect someone's position to be there. That's on them. That's a powerful office, and it's what it is there. But all I have to say is, I voted for Christ. And I'm glad that we stayed 10 toes down during this whole thing, because there's no way I would ever vote for a person because he's not someone else. And that's the problem. That's why I wanted to just show that. We have minimized our political IQ to the degree that we will choose a person strictly because he's not someone else, even if the person is incoherent in certain areas. So that's showing you not what's going on with the position of the presidency. That's letting you know that's taking the temperature of the population, who can be triggered by a quote unquote racist, as they claim. And I said it even from the beginning. Racist. What president of the United States doesn't have racist views or didn't ever have racist views? So what are you talking about? I would rather have someone tell me their racism so I'll know how they're coming at me than to have someone who will tell me what I need to know and shape legislation that locked up a whole generation of black men. So he don't have to say anything racist. His actions are racist.
Right.
The Biden bill has continually, the prison complex began with Biden shaping what? The crime bill.
The crime bill, yeah.
The crime bill of the early 1980s. It was him behind that. So this give you the temperature of the population in of itself. And the Bible tells us in Revelation 17 that the 10 horns shall hate the whore and burn her with fire. So they're publicly ridiculing the greatest, supposed to be the strongest office within or over the free world right now. This is on purpose, because this is not speaking to the president or the office. It's speaking to the population who's saying we're better off with that. And that's all I really have to say on it. I mean, you pick whoever you would like. To me, I respect any office that's in position on earnest based on what the laws say they should provide. You never look for the government to make you safe or to protect you. The government is in place to serve the people. That's their position. That's what they're being paid taxes. You're paying taxes for. So when you look at the positions, the executive branch, the legislative branch, the judicial branch, and all branches of government, it was put in place to serve the people. So on the surface, what they're put in place to do is what your taxes pay for. It was never a time that any government, supposedly a free government, was supposed to be set up to keep people safe. That doesn't make any sense. Not in a country where you got the right, as long as you are a law-abiding citizen, you have the right to protect yourself. So that's the problem when we're dealing with a population who thinks the government is in place to give us stuff. Okay? They're there to protect us. You give any structure too much power, and eventually that power will be utilized against its citizenry. And that's just the way it is. And this is why I'm saying, you know what? I'd rather deal with Christ. There have been many empires that ruled over our people. The Babylonian, Assyrian Empire. We went into it, the four beasts, Elder. the Persian Medo Empire. One time, Iran ruled over us. The Grecian Empire ruled over us. The Romans ruled over us. And it was prophesied that one of the little horns that would come out of the whore would rule over us at the very end and continue for what? A short space. So all of this is prophecy. I understand that every empire would come according to the time the Most High stated they would come to rule over us. So this is why you will never see me have a posture against any government. Why? They were set up according to the Almighty's prophecies within the book. But what I'll say is, when you look at any representative, you have to ask yourself before what? Before actually pulling a lever for these people, you have to ask yourself this question. Does this person I'm voting for represent me? Do they represent my morals? Do they represent my God? Do they represent me? Because that's what you're saying. You're not voting because someone isn't someone else. So with that, what better way to end this particular broadcast this evening, which was titled, as you can see it, Have They Turned You Into Zombies? Is there a better way to end this? With that, I'm going to say shalom. We'll see you all Friday on Patreon. I must eat. I'm a little famished. We're glad, elders, I'm glad to be back. We're back on the horse, and we're going to take all of this energy from here all the way to the academy. Wait till you see what I'm going into, Elder Gabar, with the creation of the universe. I'm dealing with it entirely different this time. Hope you all
I'm there
ready.
front and center. You know me, Elder.
Oh, yeah. And anytime, if you're right there, you can just come on through then. You can come on through as we sitting down, go through the news. Let's come on in and sit with us this academy, all right?
Absolutely, Elder.
All right. With that, I'm going to say shalom. And guess what? You know I'm going to end it with, it's a jungle out there. Brother Aria and Malak. Malak just made it back to Houston. And hey, I hope to see my brother. We're going to talk about this jungle. That's right. Let's do it.
Oh wow, that jungle, get wild. It's trouble, most high, keep shake, alive, oh wow, that jungle, get wild. It's trouble, most high, keep shake, alive. That jungle is crazy. That jungle is crazy
out there.
That jungle is crazy. That jungle and that jungle. That jungle is crazy. That jungle is crazy. That jungle is crazy. That jungle.
Yeah, it's true before your eyes. A myth ain't no surprise. How they got you watching movies, you believe that it's a lie. A fallen angel dropping people wish upon a star. Misconceive that it's a demon lacking knowledge, got them sleeping. The signs of zodiac is an illusion to they ruin. Strong delusion got them moving in the path of straight confusion. What if everything you was taught up in school was all wrong? What if them things you think is a myth is really true, but all along they put it in your face and got you thinking it's a fiction? When it's real serpent people controlling the whole system. Listen, they dealing with inventions that's wicked. The Resident Evil army coming soon, no superstition. These phony doctors, warlocks prescribe you with prescriptions. They shoot spirits up in it and you wonder why you're tripping. They hunger, thirst to evil, afflicting, attacking, work destruction, bringing forth the personal world of lies and deception.
Oh wow, that jungle, get wild. It's trouble,
they killed
most
this.
high, keep shake, alive. Oh wow, that jungle, get wild. It's trouble, most high,
the jungle out there.
That jungle is crazy. That jungle is crazy. That jungle is crazy. That jungle and that jungle. That jungle is crazy. That jungle is crazy. That jungle is crazy. That jungle.
I'm I'm a Judah gorilla. Who wanna feel it? Catch me swinging from vines. Might be chewing vanilla. Yeah, Madagascar, so now you wanna test it. I'm pursuing the scriptures. Tell me who wanna test us. Not a foolish professor. Keep a tool on the dresser. Beautiful like Sarah, keep just like a mule in a heifer. Since we moving like leopards, they refusing to step up. We the Jews by blood. They just oozing some ketchup. In the room playing dress up, but you're not that fly. Revelations 2:9, you are not that guy. Son of perdition on the plundering mission to take souls, take gold, straight roll, bring back everything you sold. It's a jungle, Deuteronomy 28 and 68. Took the slaves of the ways to this place in a maze in a cage. But we escaped cause Yeshua left a shame. Yeah, know what I'm talking about?
Oh man, oh wow, that junk, get wild. It's true, most high, keep straight, alive.
Trouble come my way. I'm just, I'm straight, no stress. I'm praising that jungle.
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
That jungle is crazy. That jungle is crazy. That jungle in that jungle. That jungle is crazy. That jungle is crazy.
No stress. I'm crazy. That jungle. That jungle.
I'm a Judah gorilla.
See y'all Friday, Patreon. Shalom. HistoryTimes.org. See ya.